everything seems like a good idea after you've had a few? Yeah, that's this show.
Riding in my car, and I'm listening to the radio.
It's time for Dukes and Bell.
Oh, someone told me it's the Black Beverly Hills. Is that true?
Driving in Atlanta just got a whole lot more bearable.
Welcome to the party, pal.
Hi, everybody. Carl Dukes and Mike Bell. The names that mean goodness.
Say my name, you know who I am.
Carl Dukes.
I drink and I know things.
Oh, don't question my authority, thanks.
King Kong ain't got on me.
Sometimes you just got to call somebody, and I'm not ashamed to say it. You know,
And Mike Bell.
I'm funny how? I mean, funny like I'm a clown. I amuse you.
Won't you guess my name?
Bring a pitcher of beer every 7 minutes till somebody passes out. And then bring one every 10 minutes, right?
Get ready for the best 5 hours of your life.
Fat, drunk, and stupid is no way to go through life, sir.
Don't believe me, just watch.
This is Dukes and Bell
you know what? Why don't we start doing the stuff that other guys have done, other radio shows around the country?
No.
on Sports Radio 92.9 The Game.
Atlanta, what's going on? It's Dukes and Bell on Sports Radio 92.9 The Game. Can we be friends? We start off every day and every hour by saying, hey, man. Mike Bell, this is why I never say never in the world of sports. Because things like today happen. And when you say, oh, that'll never happen, this is when things happen. And today, the most unlikely thing, Mike, in the world of sports that we thought, most of us at least, that's not happening because of the hatred, the verbiage, the arguments, all the stuff that's been going on. But now the PGA Tour and Live Golf are merging. And, Mike, everybody around the world is going, what in the blank is going on?
My first reaction was, first off, who are the guys who should have taken the money and ran with it, and only because you'd have to sit out a year and you're right back in the mix and you never lost eligibility for the majors? Guys like the first name I thought of was good guy. We've had him on the show, Ricky Fowler. Mm-hmm. Ricky Fowler's skills have eroded. Ricky Fowler, he's trying to grind back, and when he makes the top 10, it's good for Ricky Fowler. But you feel like he's never going to get back to where he was, which was kind of on the cusp, right? He could have taken $75, $100 million to take this to Live Golf, and he could have come right back. Brooks Koepka makes over $100 million. Dustin Johnson, all these guys, brilliant. Guys like Ian Poulter. I mean, I just think of the guys who should have taken the money because you just don't know, regardless of what this golf is going to be moving forward, with the bigger payouts and bigger purses, you should have done it. But
I don't have a crystal ball.
And Rory, who is the poster boy for the PGA Tour, he's got to feel a little butthurt if he was not. When did they tell Rory this was happening?
I didn't tell anybody, Mike. They didn't tell anybody. I mean, we're finding out today, and this is even hard to believe. The Shark didn't even know, Mike. I mean, the guy that's running Live wasn't even aware that this was going to happen, and we're talking about Greg Norman. For me, and you talk about guys that should have took the money, do you guys realize Tiger Woods turned down $800 million to join Live? Do you remember this? Maybe you don't. Right. He turned it down because he said, listen, my loyalties, my legacy is with the PGA. And he's not lying. And if you're going to say I'm as good as Jack or I'm as good as Tiger, you've got to accomplish those things on the PGA Tour. That was kind of his mindset. And, Mike, let's talk about the morality of all of this, because there's a lot of folks walking around with these moral clauses who had a lot to say, a year ago when this was all going down about how dirty the money is. How do you feel about it now? Because the PGA has basically said, let's be partners. All of that conversation about dirty money and where the money's coming from and how could you do this, are you as upset today with this partnership and this merger as you were a year ago when you were calling the show and telling us how could they even think about leaving to join this Live League because of where the money was coming from? Nobody's saying that today.
No. And the first guy I thought of second guy I thought of after Ricky Fowler is that big, blowhard, golf's version of Skip Bayless, Brandel Chambly. Brandel, who was casting aspersions on Brooks Koepka and how, tisk for hhim winning this PGA championship and tarnished with Live Golf. And then Butch Harmon, who's, of course, golf coach for the Stars, he shot back at Chambly about 2 weeks ago. You know what he said, Carl? He goes, well, you work for NBC, and NBC takes money from China and Russia every few years with the Olympics, and they're big civil rights violators, and, what's up with that? So let's see if Mr. Fake Tough Guy, Brandel Chambly, is going to now quit in protest and wash his hands, Carl, of the Golf Channel because they're in bed with the PGA and the PGA is in bed with the Saudi Arabian sports washing Live Golf.
Follow the money. The money got too big. And when the money gets too big, people bend the knee. They always do, and they always have, especially in the world of sports. And that is what has happened today. Now, as a golf fan, all right, I'm going to take this political side of this argument out, and I'm going to tell you, for me, I'm happy as hell. I get a chance now to see what I want to see, which is the best golfers in the world, week to week, playing in the biggest events, all together. I didn't watch one live event. I told you guys this about a month ago. I've not tuned in. I've not found it on the internet. I didn't even know how to find it. CW, whatever. I didn't watch one live event. But now that this merger, Mike, is going to bring golf and bring it back to being united, I'm all for it as a fan. Not only do I get my majors, but I get my major tournaments. Outside of the majors, obviously, I'm all for it. But from a political standpoint, and I want to get up on my soapbox and complain and tell you guys how bad this was for America and live and this, that, and the other, what are you saying now?
Yeah, especially when you think about the hallowed halls of PGA Tour headquarters in Punta Vedra, Jay Monahan. Oh, by the way, you know what's so funny about this? Greg Norman showing you what a complete, like, just to be honest, Carl, figurehead he is. Norman didn't even know about the Live Golf PGA Tour merger.
I said that.
Everything. I mean, I'm saying,
Yeah.
but I mean, these guys, Jay Monahan, all these guys are completely blindsided.
Yes.
Colin Morikawa just said, I hate getting news on Twitter. That's a two-time major champion. Okay, that's one of the bell cows of the PGA Tour, right?
Nobody. This was completely behind closed doors.
But this is like when Nixon flew in the middle of the night to China
Yes.
to meet with Mao, and nobody saw this one coming. Something that was, Carl, no one could have ever anticipated it, and only Nixon could go because he was a stanch anti-communist, right, and all that. Kissinger put it together. Monahan is basically making these guys sound like the biggest jerks. Monahan, what a hypocrite! How does he ride through this? How does he get to stay on as the commissioner of the PGA Tour?
Well, and again, this is all fluid. It's Dukes and Bell at Sports Radio 92.9 The Game, because this is such a big deal today. We're going to talk about the Braves and Mets. Obviously, huge series going on at Truist.
The NL East is over.
Yeah, thank you. We are 5.5 games up on the Mets as they come in here. We've got plenty of guests that are going to stop by. But this is front and center because of all the things that we're laying out for you guys. And, Mike, as we said, this is fluid, but the board of directors are going to be appointed to manage the commercial golf business, with the PGA appointing a majority of the members, okay, and holding a majority of the voting interest. So what the PGA is basically saying, yeah, we're going to take your money and we're going to expand and we're going to make our purses bigger, but we're not going to allow you to come in and take total control. Right. So we are still going to be a part of the board of directors, and again, a majority of the members and holding a majority of the voting interest. But here's the kicker, guys, and I got to make sure I'm right on this. So if I'm wrong, I will certainly correct myself. But the Saudi Arabia's Public Interest Fund, okay, they call it the PIF. It is the golf-related business side of LIV. Mm-hmm. They are going to run a majority of the business side of this.
Right.
That's the money.
The purses go up. And the good news is now, good news, bad news. Good news for golf fans because now we get events on a global scale. This is almost like a Champions League, Carl, of golf, because now you can be at the great golf course in Japan or Australia. And again, these guys are independent contractors. Go, don't go. Singapore, we just saw some of the cooler places. Just we didn't watch because it was on the CW. These guys, we had no idea when it was on. But now you got a chance, Carl, to make this thing global. So for like if I'm honest, the John Deere Classic, the Valero Open, those guys get screwed. I bet there'll be there'll be a compromise, but you'll have more events around the world, and the money's going to be insane, and these guys will be motivated to compete. And as at the end of the day, you said it. And by the way, I'm going to give credit to Carl because he said this when this whole thing started raging a year ago. Who cares where the money in your checking account comes from? You said that, and who does? And obviously not Jay Monahan and the PGA at the end of the day.
Yeah, I just think, like, for example, hardworking Americans, Mike, when you talk about, hey, I need to take care of my family, and your check comes in every 2 weeks, you're not looking at where that check started from, where it was signed, where it came from. All you are worried about is, hey, I have enough money to pay my house note or my rent or my car or my kids can eat. And that was my point. Like, we get so holier than thou sometimes about, where's the money coming from? And now you have the entire golf world saying, screw it. We don't care where the money comes from. We're just going to go play. And a lot of these guys, Mike, said this to begin with. They said, we're just golfers. Right. We just golf. We don't care where this happens. We just want to go play and play for the biggest purses. And we all poo-pooed that because we wanted these guys to stand up. Not me. Many of you wanted them to stand up and say, hey, this is morally wrong. What are we saying today?
Well, the only person that came out looking like a complete idiot, and he left all the way to the bank, was Phil. Because being Phil Mickelson, Carl, he had to put his foot in his mouth and say, yeah, these Saudi Arabians are the worst. They killed that Khashoggi guy. Oh, they're awful. But hey, man, if that means I can, use them to leverage the PGA for more money, so be it. So Phil, I mean, that was the fine point that was put on the conversation, and Phil stepped into it. But everything else you said is
Why you bringing up old?
Because he did it.
No, it's like for instance, I'm looking to buy an umbrella for the patio. I go to Amazon. I know when I spend $150 on an umbrella, where's it freaking coming from? It's coming from China. But I mean, I'm sorry. I feel bad. I feel a little guilty for about 10 minutes because I just saved $200 on an umbrella because it came from China. Yeah. So again, to your point about the Brandel Chambleys and all the media types that were all getting their panties in a twist over this, pound sand.
404-726-0929. You guys can let us know what you think, how you feel. Again, as a fan, I'm happy because I want to watch Brooksy week to week.
Right.
Brooks Koepka is interesting. Okay. I want to see if Phil, if he plays like he did at the Masters, what is he going to do in these tournaments? I've said it. At the Masters, I wasn't rooting for him. Half of that had to do with the fact that this whole live argument was going on. But I want to see the best guys competing. Mike, here's the other thing. When we talk about this Saudi Arabia, the PIF part of the Saudi Arabia's sovereign wealth fund, if you guys are not familiar, they've entered a multi-million-dollar deal with WWE. They acquired Newcastle United FC. And they created Live Golf. They've got their hands in a lot of stuff. And so for everybody who's saying, what about this? They are, Mike, investing and doing all this stuff around the world.
Well, you think about the English Premier League, some of the biggest names, the biggest soccer teams in the world are owned by either the Gulf states or the Saudis. That's the way of the world now.
All right, guys, we got more to get to. Your thoughts are welcome. Find us at Mike Bell, ATL. That's Mike on Twitter. I'm at Put 'em Up. See Dukes, the radio show. Dukes and Bell 929. Follow the radio station at 929 The Game. Stay up on everything that's going on. You can watch the show on Twitch and YouTube at ATL 929 The Game and 929 The Game. We're coming back. Jason Longshore is going to join us in about 20 minutes. We got some headlines to get to, but we got to talk about the Mets coming into town tonight. Big series starts with our Braves.
The NL East is over.
It's Dukes and Bell.
Hello.
It's Dukes and Bell.
Get your mind tuned in. Let's go be world champions.
On Sports Radio 92.9 The Game.
Questions being asked to Dukes and Bell. Ask Dukes and Bell. And one of them was from Jazz Player. That's his Twitter handle.
Big man.
Yeah, he was like, fellas, how much did the PGA stock go up? So Mike did some research.
There is no PGA stock. There's nothing publicly traded. It is a nonprofit. And that was part of the argument that Phil Mickelson was making over a year ago. $1 billion nonprofit. And that's, again, everyone kind of starts rolling their eyes and going, well, how does that work? You can look up some of the details online about this. Golf stocks are doing well today, like Callaway and the company that owns Titleist, but there is no specific PGA stock.
All right. And the whole premise there was if they knew,
Right.
insider trading, etc. If you're just joining us, that is huge news today, and we will continue to talk about it as LIV and the PGA merge, which means all the guys that left. Mike, by the way, did they already get their money? Like all the guys who left, did they get all their money already?
I believe those were cashier's checks. I believe it was like Happy Gilmore, giant oversized check you got to bring with a big deposit slip. No, those guys, all that money cleared, man. That money's in the bank. So guys like Ian Poulter, I mean, this, like I said, Ricky Fowler is the absolute poster boy. Rory McIlroy, who's adamant to his allegiance to the PGA.
I don't have a crystal ball.
Yeah, but man,
Can you imagine?
Nor does he have his Lucky Charms.
No,
either.
he doesn't. He doesn't. Can you imagine leaving? All right, for example, Big Bo, Turtle, Mike and I, we're all going to leave the company. We're going to go take a big check, and then next year we're going to merge back with the company.
Right. Right.
Can you imagine?
Well, the perfect example is like if Pat McAfee was a stock.
Oh,
He bets on himself, leaves ESPN, drives up his own, obviously the interest in his brand of sports talk radio, and then comes back and makes 4 times as much money as he did the first time.
yeah, it's
Actually, 10 times as much.
It's a good deal if you can get it. I wonder how these guys feel that didn't take the money. And if they were upset. All right, a couple of other things going on we got to talk about. Jason Longshore is going to join us. Atlanta United on the road, guys. LAFC tomorrow. Late start, all right? 10 o'clock pregame, 10:30 because they're on the West Coast. But we're going to talk to Jason about all things Atlanta United coming up here in about 15 minutes. First of all, Mike, before we get to the Mets, allegedly, okay, I haven't looked at this. Chris, Bo, maybe you guys can. Did Trae Young really scrub his Insta from all the Hawk stuff? Is that legit?
Chris?
Affiliation. He has, in fact, no affiliation with the Atlanta Hawks on his Instagram.
Okay, so that's number one because people are freaking out, Mike. Why? What's going on here?
And
What's
on
going on?
Trey's Twitter just says it's at the Trae Young, and it's the Adidas link if you want to link up to his shoes, and just says Trae Young.
Okay. So we know from history, right now, it's 2023, that today's professional athlete, when they're either upset, mad, disgruntled, they want to be traded, whatever the circumstances are, normally this is the first step, okay? Kyler Murray did this. He ended up getting paid a lot of money.
Right.
This is how it starts. But I don't want to go there and assume that that's what's going on with Trae. Mike, didn't we hear, not only from Trae, but from his dad who came on this show just recently, this is the best coach he's had.
Yeah, I mean, we'd like to think that Trae is satisfied and happy here in Atlanta. I don't know what has changed in the last 72 hours. It would make him, and again, to Carl's point, it might sound silly for people who don't follow social media like we do, but this is something that's become a thing in sports the last 4 or 5 years. It exists. This is the first step towards something, a new negotiation, which is not the case because the contract is locked in.
Yep.
Immediately guys sort of say, well, Trae's with Kyrie. He has a house in L.A. He wants that. You can still do that. You have to scrub your Instagram if you want to. I don't know. Honestly, I have no idea what his intentions are. If this means there's something further down the road coming from Trae.
And I'm with you. And I don't want to jump the gun, guys, and assume there's anything to this. The only thing that's logical in my mind, and Chris said this to me, our producer, is he may be trying to bring more interest towards his podcast, Mike. And this season, this offseason, he started, I think, episode 1 hit or whatever. We played a little bit of it for you guys on Friday. And the only reason you say that is, well, why would he do this to do that rather than just come out and say, listen to my podcast? Because now you're even more interested in hearing what he has to say, potentially by him scrubbing his Insta. That makes logical sense. But even that is like, bro, you don't have to do that. You're Trae Young. Like, you could just come out and say, hey, you're going to get a million people that want to hear what you have to say. So, Mike, I don't know either, and I'm not going to sit here and speculate today and tell you guys, this is why Trae scrubbed his Instagram. If anybody is saying that and it's not Trae Young, they're lying to you.
As I said, it's funny how things are now. Guys want to create and control their narrative. That's why they have podcasts. That's why they do things like the Players Tribune. But this is also something which can send a signal of some sort. Okay, from a couple guys on Twitter, you can watch us on Twitch. You can follow us on YouTube as well. Just go Dukes and Bell 929. Jason says, does Quinn want him?
Interesting.
Does Snyder want him? I mean, we've assumed that everything's hunky-dory, but that Quinn would want to move forward with trade being the base this thing is built on.
All right.
There's a suggestion from a listener.
Listen, these are the questions we don't know. For Quinn Snyder, who have coached this team for 25 games or whatever it was, guys, and come in here at the point he did in the season, I would ask the question, how much does he really know about each one of these players? Right. You have to spend significant time around guys. You can hear all the chatter around the league all you want. Until you come in, it's like your family. Until you come into my house, right. All the outside noise doesn't matter. Until you come into my house, you don't know what's going on. So I don't know how much he got to know, Mike, these individual players enough to say, I want this guy and I don't want this guy outside of performance on the court.
Yeah, like DeAndre Hunter is this. John Collins is a vocal leader, but unfortunately his game doesn't back up the leadership he wants to put out there. He's inconsistent. Trey is a guy who's a little passive-aggressive, but obviously the skill set is there, and he's still capable of taking over a game like a superstar. All these things, to your point, learning the inner dynamics of the squad. But I just felt that, we turned a corner with Trey. I don't want to have to go through this soap opera.
No. And I don't think we are. Steven just hit me up. Steven says, Dukes, I heard Trey does this every year. May have mentioned it on his podcast.
Okay.
Well, if that's the case, great. If that's the case, so be it. But here's the other part. When you don't publicly come out and say across all social media, right? If Trey went on Insta, if he went on Twitter, wherever else he's at, I have no idea, TikTok, and said, hey, I'm scrubbing my Instagram, Atlanta. Don't panic. I'm refreshing my Insta or my social as the new year starts for me and my offseason starts. Everybody's cool with that. But he didn't say that. I didn't hear that. So if that's the case, Steven, great. Because I have no idea why he would do this outside of something like that, or if he wants to bring more attention to himself with this podcast.
All right, stay tuned, though, because as Chris pointed out, this is how things start. Remember, we were like this on Kyler Murray, and then it became a thing. Next thing you know, new contract. Next thing you know, Trey's not getting a new contract. That's not happening.
All right, guys, let's talk about Meet the Mets.
The AL East is over.
Yes, Sal, we understand that. That's why you guys are 5.5 games back. Mike, they're sluggish. They're inconsistent. Carlos Carrasco is going tonight against Bryce Elder. Bryce Elder's been great, guys. I mean, he's been really good. He pitched 7 innings
He's
last
this year's
time.
Kyle Wright. He's this year's Kyle Wright, the unsung hero, getting the job done every fifth day. The Braves taking on the Mets. The matchups are amazing. We get Charlie Morton going up against Scherzer, and then you get Verlander going up against Strider on Thursday. Man, that's something.
It is. Everybody's talking about how banged up the Mets are and the fact they lost their closer and
lost 3 in a row, by the way.
Yeah. Come close to your radio. Who cares? I don't care, Mike. We've been hurt. We've been injured. We've been banged up.
We just lost 34 wins from last season. We lost 50 quality starts from last season. We don't have Kyle Wright. We don't have Max Fried. They don't have a closer.
And everybody wants to talk about this guy.
Yeah. Well, I mean, he's the
this guy.
He was the best closer in baseball when he
Diaz. Everybody was there. You can come close. I don't care.
Right. No, the Mets have had to go through some drama with Scherzer getting suspended. By the way, Mets kind of probably sold on DeGrom at the right time. So he's on the 60-day DL with the Rangers.
Oh, I'm sorry. I should be laughing at that.
No, because remember, I was probably saying maybe the Braves should kick the tires on DeGrom.
Nah.
That's a big swing and a miss. But, yeah, getting back to the Mets, we talked about it yesterday. Their lineup is very top-heavy. They've tried to maybe get some of their rookies and younger players in there. But much like Mike Woodson or any old coach, Nate, well, Showalter's a little reluctant to use the younger guys a lot. So that may be something to have to pivot on. They may have to spend their way out of this at the trade deadline as well. Things don't improve.
You remember the best part of last season? Bo, by the way, are you getting this award? I got to put this out there. Can I put your information out there?
Sure, yeah. I mean, we talked about it on the Midday Show.
Okay, I just want to make sure. I don't want
tomorrow.
Yeah, okay, tomorrow. So Big Bo, he works down at Truist.
That's Bo Johnson.
He is getting an award. Actually, he's being honored. You use the term employee of the month kind of deal, but it's bigger than that, right?
They call it a diamond honoree, but that's basically what it is.
That's awesome. All right, so you're going to get a chance to basically lift a big diamond above your head.
I don't know what the exact.
How long have you been working at Truist?
Since 17, since the doors open.
Okay.
Yeah.
Very cool, man. By the way,
I don't know if it's a plaque or a piece of paper or a pin that I stick on my lapel or what, but I don't know if it's
by the way, for guys who don't know, because we talk because Bo works double shifts here on the station. If you guys want to come see you, where do they come find you?
They're not going to be able to.
It's kind of hard.
He's in the super duper secret club.
They're not going to be able to go.
What if they're big shots?
Yes, that's true.
Yeah.
I mean,
our audience is a lot of big shots.
You got to sneak
There are a
in,
lot
though.
of big shots that listen to this radio station. I actually get a lot of not a lot, but I get listeners. I get a lot of other staff members, guys from Coca-Cola out there that listen to the radio station, guys that listen to the radio station that work at the ballpark also that come through. There are members in our HR office that listen to this radio station and this show every day.
Thank you, guys. We love you.
Absolutely.
No, I say that tongue in cheek because he does. He works like in the Diamond Club, like where.
Yeah, Truist Club.
Yeah, it's basically where you eat and drink for free all damn game, and the drinks are very delicious. So that's why I said that. Most people are not going to sit in that area, and so you won't see Bo.
Well, when Jimmy Barrett and the guys came down to visit, a few of my buddies from high school came down, and they were like, "You're not going to believe this. The stuff is free back here."
Oh, yeah.
My guys are blown away. They never experienced this before, and Bo was serving them up.
You pay for it. So I say all that to say he's being honored. Congratulations. But the best part about the Mets last year, do you guys remember this? And I said Bo because I know he was probably there. They came in, and we beat DeGrom, Scherzer, and Chris Bassett. Do you guys remember this? This is September, at the end of September last year.
Well, no, because ESPN kept talking about how brilliant Buck Showalter is. It's amazing. He actually looks at the trajectory of foul balls. That's how he outsmarts the competition.
They came in here with the season on the line, and we slapped them, is the point. With their best pitching going, and we end up winning the division, and we win the season series.
The NL East is over.
Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. So here come the Mets again, Mike, and it's a different point in the season, but we're still in first place. We're still in first place. So I'm excited about this series. I hope you are, and I hope we beat the snot out of these guys.
Yeah, man, they're looking up at the Marlins. So let's keep the pressure on them, and I do think there's going to be an arms race, though. I mean, there's going to be a lot of teams in the NL.
Spending more money? How much more money can they spend?
Cohen's he's already on record. He's got to spend his way out of this. He's in for a penny. He's in for a pound.
Wow. $200+ million, and he's going to spend more?
Yeah, he's a Wall Street guy. He's got billions. Guy lights cigars with casinos.
Headlines brought to you by ATL Live Well. Low testosterone doesn't have to keep you down. Call ATL Live Well today. Don't just live well. Jason Longshore is on the way. How do we fix this thing? They're on the road tonight or tomorrow, LAFC. We're going to ask him. And also, it's time to say something that Mike and I have been talking about publicly because we've been talking about it privately. We'll do it next with Jason Longshore on Sports Radio 92.9 The Game.
Jason Bell.
Lord have mercy.
On Sports Radio 92.9 The Game.
Hey, join us. We're going to be live on Friday, that's June 9th, at Willie B's at Silverbacks Park. You can enjoy food and drinks in a partnership with Soccer in the Streets and Bud Light, supporting Atlanta's communities through the beautiful game of soccer and helping them discover their potential on and off the field, Mike. And we just had a great meeting with the folks over there from Soccer in the Streets, our buddies at Bud Light. We're excited to be out there on Friday. It's going to be a lot of fun.
Yeah, man. So, again, you're helping kids get the chance to play soccer for free because we know how expensive. Any parent out there knows how expensive it is. Station Soccer has been awesome. United's been involved in that. But, again, basically adults having fun raising money with the different competitions they're in helps to drive this Soccer in the Streets for the kids. So that's what we're going to be out to promote. It's going to be a blast on Friday. What's up, Jason?
What's going on, guys?
How you doing?
What's going on, guys?
Hey, man. I know Carl was kind of hinting it at the tease, but...
No. Say it.
Brad looks really awful. And I hate to say it because we love Brad and he's the heart and soul. It goes without saying what Brad has meant to this team. But I think there comes a point, Jason, where unless you feel a few more weeks and, he can come back and be stronger, he just doesn't look the part right now.
How did he look in Orlando?
Okay, but he still looks a little, you don't think he looks a little shaky? He made
a mistake. He gave the ball away after a bad pass back to him. And that's a mistake you can't make. Absolutely 100%. But that game's not on Brad. That's the thing that's got to be understood. And the fact that he played very, very well in Orlando, made a save that kept you in that just, 4 days before, that can't be discounted either. And you're talking about a player who has to build a rhythm coming back. And when you have been off for most of a season, come back, then miss another 7 weeks due to a knee injury, you're not going to be as sharp as you'd like to be, especially in those kinds of moments, because that's the stuff that's hard to replicate, Mike, when you get into a ball that's played back to you in build-up early in a game that's not played back well. It's bouncing, it's spinning. It's a difficult one to control. You're not at your best to bring that down and make a play. Maybe that's one where you need to put it in the stands and just reset, and that's something that you'd like to do on the second opportunity it comes. But that's not something you get to train in pressure in matches in the same way as playing through them. I think Brad's shot stopping was great in Orlando. A lot of people have talked about the third goal being on Brad. It's a shot from inside the 18. The shot can't happen. That's the problem. You can't expect your goalkeeper to bail you out in situations where that shot comes in at that moment. So I think it's way too early to jump to that conclusion, to be honest. And I think you've got to see more time with him after just having a couple of games getting back.
I think a lot of United fans, as we're joined by Jason Longshore, analyst for Atlanta United, match tomorrow against LAFC, guys. Again, pregame at 10, kicks at 10:30. A lot of 17s, and you know this, Jason, a lot of fans are having this conversation. My point, I think, is, has he lost a step, and does that make you question where he's at right now in his career? Listen, Brad is great. We know this, right? If he starts tomorrow, it's 150 starts. That's a milestone for the club. If he posts a shutout, that's 50 shutouts that he will have recorded. That's a milestone for the club. We're not debating his greatness. I just think a lot of fans are having that conversation about, is he a step slow, and what does that mean for the club?
But if he makes that game tomorrow, if he plays that game and plays well in that game, does that discount what was a game that, look, you make a mistake early on and you're running uphill, but that's a mistake. That's not really a step slow to me, that first goal. And the third goal, like I said, it's a shot from inside the 18. If you're asking your goalkeeper to bail you out in those situations on a regular basis, you're going to concede a lot of goals.
Obviously,
the step thing is, it's too early to jump to that conclusion, is what I'm saying. You've got to give him some time to get games under his belt, because I think this team is better with him in it.
But even at this stage of his career, we all know that, like, Brad is like a field general out there, for lack of a better word, for guys who follow soccer, directing the pieces, getting things. Always been great moving the ball down the field. But you could argue at this stage of his career, you wouldn't consider him an elite, shot stopper.
In terms of being the best in the league, no, I don't think he is. I think there's some others that are better. But in terms of making this team better, I think he's really important. And that's something that, look, I think you just have to be really careful of talking about the game in Orlando and saying, Brad's back, look at how well he played, look at this save, look at how good he was, look at the organization that he provided. and then one game 4 days later saying, oh, that didn't happen. That's the part that you can't jump to conclusions in a long season, and especially with someone coming back from injury, and they've got to get their feet underneath them and get ready. I think we can have this conversation in a real way in a month, in 6 weeks, where you have a little bit more data to talk about one game that was bad versus one game that was good. That's too short. You can't make that conclusion just yet.
Let's talk about the other data that's in front of us. The 3 wins in the past 12 matches, 13 if you include U.S. Open Cup. That's not a great stretch. So what do we need to do to not only get a result against LAFC, but, you know, we talk about this team and where they are, 5th place currently in the East. I don't know. I think I look at that and I go, wow, I didn't even realize, 3 wins in our past 12. That's kind of daunting.
It is. And when you concede as many goals as they've been conceding, that's the issue. It's that simple, honestly, because when this team is scoring goals to lead the league, they should be winning more games. That's flat out. There's just no way around that. They can't concede as many goals, and they can't concede goals in the way that they've conceded them. You look back at the goals that have been conceded, the overwhelming majority are coming from mistakes, not coming from situations where you're in a defensive, organized stance and you get beat. It's not coming from transition moments. It's coming from mistakes. And that can't happen at this level. And that's why you have games, 3 wins out of your last 12, but 4 straight unbeaten, but 3 straight draws in that 4 straight unbeaten. You can't have all those draws and lose wins out of it because of mistakes. And that's what it comes down to.
And the defense is something we've struggled with at times, even in the years we're going to win championships or compete for, conference finals. It always seems like there's some moments. But is that, again, because of the style, because of how Pineda's doing this, or are these individual guys who just simply got to play better on the back line?
Yeah, the mistakes have nothing to do with the style. And that's where I think you do have to separate some things out and talk about it in real terms here. Atlanta United is rarely going to be a team in the way that they play and the way that they've played from day one, and maybe you can only take the first half of Frank DeBoer's season 2019 out of this. They've always been a team that has wanted to get numbers forward. They've always wanted to be a team that risks going forward and risks giving up goals on the other end, putting defenders in 1v1 situations, forcing them to make those kind of plays. So I don't think Atlanta United, as the way they want to play, is going to be a team that is built on winning games 1-0 on a regular basis. They're not going to be a team that sits with numbers behind the ball just to keep the opponent off the board. They're going to go and try to outscore them and get more goals and win those 3-2, 4-3 kind of games. The problem is right now you're giving up those extra goals defensively, not because of the style. It's because of mistakes. And that just can't happen. It's the first goal, again, mistake against New England. You go back to some of these others. There's been other goals in build-up where it's a mistake. But you can't say that the team shouldn't build out of the back because they've conceded a few goals because of mistakes in building up when they've scored a whole lot more goals because of good build-up play. There's always trade-offs in the way that you play. And to be a team that's going to score more goals, you're going to get more numbers forward. That makes mistakes not happen more, but maybe get highlighted more with getting punished.
Jason, you talk about these mistakes, and I equate this to any other professional sports. When your team continues to make mistakes, we are now 17 games into a 34 MLS game schedule. At some point, the coach, the manager, gets held responsible. So where is Pineda at this point when you talk about these mistakes continuously being made and giving up goals that we necessarily shouldn't, going back to the New England game, right? I mean, we allowed a goal within less than a minute. And I know it was a mistake, but if we said this about Arthur Smith 5, 6, 7, 8, 10 weeks into the season saying this team continues to make mistakes, we'd be holding him accountable. How accountable is Gonzalo Pineda?
That's a tough one because you look at the way the team has played to score the goals that they've scored, and you have to give him credit on that side too. I think you do have to look at some individuals, and you have to look at moments, and that's the challenge for this team right now is you have to find a balance of can you be better defensively? Can you be better defensively with the personnel that you have? Can you be better defensively with the style of play that you want to play? Because if you can't, and you have to solve the defensive side because this team is not going to win a championship giving up as many goals as they're giving up. So if you have to solve that by being more defensive, how much does that take away from the attack that is the best in the league? How much does that sacrifice going forward? Do you get a net positive there? That's the tough spot when you're a manager in this situation where that first goal, I mean, that has nothing to do with anything that the manager is doing. That has nothing to do with anything that the manager has set the team up to play when you concede a goal in that manner against New England. It's two players, in Miles Robinson and Brad Guzan, who have both been national team players. Miles currently is. Brad has. These are guys who have incredible talent. They made mistakes. That's not on the manager, that part. Right. Have there been other goals that you want to change things up? That's the problem here, is if you do and you take an attacker away, can this team still score as many goals as they are, and do they get better defensively? That's not an easy answer. So it's an interesting summer coming in because you do have to get more results. How do you get there along with losing Luis Araujo, with Thiago Almada potentially going out in the summer, and other potential moves in the summer window? It's a really interesting time. I think stability is the most important thing right now for this team. But yes, the defensive mistakes have to get corrected, either with different personnel or with being more conservative, which I'd hate to see this team have to do, because I think they don't have to do that if those mistakes are eliminated. But can't eliminate them, then you've got to be more conservative, not give up as many goals.
Yeah, and we love the style. That's the thing. I mean, it's such a gut punch to lose the games or draws or the way we've been doing it. Nobody's scored more points other than Columbus, and nobody's given up more goals other than Charlotte. Have fun out there in L.A. with Mike, man. We want pictures. Send photos on Twitter.
We will provide some. We'll be over there tomorrow. It's Five Stripes After Dark. Hopefully people can join us.
Thanks so much, Jason. Appreciate you. It's Dukes and Bell at Sports Radio 92.9 The Game. Again, Atlanta United taking on LAFC. These are real questions. And I will say this in response to Jason's conversation about this is not on Gonzalo Pineda. Running backs fumble. Okay. Quarterbacks throw interceptions. The coach didn't do it, but if you do enough of that and you lose games, the coach is going to get fired because you're making mistakes that cost your team games. If your team on the pitch is making those mistakes enough, ultimately, it's going to come back to the manager. So I hear Jason, but in every sport, the coach is ultimately held responsible for the mistakes that are made by the players, who will always tell you, well, the coach didn't take the snap. He didn't throw the interception. He didn't fumble. All right,
we're slipping in the standings. That's the thing. It's a real drag for Lagerway. He's got to find a way to fix this before they make those trades.
All right, Mike, we got NFL Blitz coming up. Bobby Hebert is going to join us, guys. We're going to head down to New Orleans. Talking to our buddy Bobby Hebert about the Saints. We've been going around the country talking to everybody that's on our schedule. And we're going to talk about the Saints. Now, we know we play them twice, so Bobby's going to join us here at 3:20. Stay tuned. It's Dukes and Bell.
Dukes and Bell.
I find it interesting.
Thanks for making us your sports station.
Sports Radio 92.9 The Game.
Why can't we be friends? Yeah, that's what Liv and apparently the PGA saying today. It's Dukes and Bell Sports Radio 92.9 The Game. PGA Tour, Liv Golf announce a merger. And everybody's like, it's a stunning move. Only because, Mike, this is my belief. Tell me if I'm wrong, Mike. Because of the morality question that was brought up when this all went down, everybody was talking about these guys are leaving for the wrong reasons.
Well, again, the idea, the phrase sports washing, when some entity, whether it's a government or it's an individual and he's involved in something that's high profile, and do you feel that somehow changed? See, I could argue, and this is the funny part about this, you could argue that ever since Saudi Arabia got involved in Live Golf, more has been said publicly on forums like our show, people around the water cooler, about what they do in their country, which disagrees or can contrast with how we view a country should be run. As far as human rights violations and people who can't, whether it's, gay and lesbian, you name it. There's a lot of things. Phil touched on this. And that's when Mickelson, that's what made the whole irony so apparent to somebody when Phil goes, oh, they're the worst people in the world. But we'll leverage them to get more money out of the PGA Tour. And Phil obviously had to go away for a while, couldn't compete in the PGA last year. Because he obviously, it was an embarrassing moment for everybody.
Yeah. So this is just like a crazy, interesting story on so many levels because first of all, it is surprising because we didn't think this was going to happen. And we mentioned this in the open. Neither did Greg Norman, who apparently wasn't told anything about this. And you say, well, how does that happen? Well, he's the face. Greg Norman was hired to lure other guys to come, but he's not the guy behind the scenes with the money.
Yeah, be the point man, right?
So, Mike, that is part of this. And so the governor of Saudi Arabia's Public Investment Fund, PIF, which is the primary financial backer of Liv, did not find out. Greg Norman didn't find out about this until after the deal was done. So this is a surprise across golf. Mike was reading to me. I think Brooks Koepka's tweeted. We saw Phil tweeting a great day.
Right.
From a fan standpoint, guys, is this going to make our event here in Atlanta better? Because, now they've merged and we're going to see all the stars and not half the stars? Yes.
Well, yeah. I mean, if you're a guy, look, we get it. The PGA Tour, where it got off the rails in the last 18 months is when guys like Phil Mickelson or some guys who went on, like Dustin Johnson, said, we're a nonprofit that makes $1 billion. How is that even possible? Where's this money going to? Why aren't we getting more of the gate? Because the PGA, just like the NFL, likes to tell you how much they do for the local communities.
Yeah.
And the PGA gets involved, grassroots efforts like they do with East Lake. That's why Mr. Cousins is involved with the Tour Championship. But the players are like, look, have a little more, sprinkling the infield. Because we're the guys that put on the show. And without us, you got nothing. Without, Dustin Johnson and Brooks Koepka and Carl Marikawa and Rory and obviously Tiger when he's healthy or Phil, you ain't got a show. So we said, how about us? So it takes a Live Golf coming over, leveraging this, and now they're going to get some money out of it. Now, ultimately, we'll get better TV, better golf, better events, and better events like the Tour Championship gets better players.
It does. It does. The guy that I think is going to take a lot of criticism, and we'll see how this plays out, is PGA Tour Commissioner currently, Jay Monahan. He was a hypocrite in all of this. He was a hypocrite in all of this. And I get it. Part of it was protecting the interest of the PGA, and I've got to say all the right things to make sure that they don't infringe on our turf. And so we're going to stand up and say, hey, we're holier than thou, and we can't believe. And now we're partners.
Right.
And now we're partners.
And that's why, for those who don't understand, because I know not everybody, a few of our guys say, look, they only follow golf because of Tiger or Phil. I get it. Real quick background. So Monahan really stands up and basically says all the things that are wrong about what Live Golf represents and all the things we just talked about and, how we could never be in league with them. And if you're going to sit there and make those statements and you're going to get up there and you're going to lecture people like Brandel Chambly, who's an analyst on the Golf Channel who took shots at Brooks Koepka, and his own coach Bush Harmon says, look, NBC Sports, i.e. the Golf Channel, you guys take money from China and Russia, totalitarian states, to sports wash their image through the Olympics. So you don't have a leg to stand on lecturing my guy for taking a few $1 million or $100 million from Live Golf. So anyway, for what it's worth, Brooks Koepka goes, welfare check on Chambly? On Twitter. No, and look, you and I said this earlier. Carl and I, we keep it, I think part of the reason you listen to the shows, we keep it real. Yes, I would prefer to not to have to buy some products and not pay through the nose for them and get some decent quality or whatever it is. Like I said, I use the Amazon example. Do you really care when you're buying something from Amazon where it's coming from? we were kids. Remember the commercials? Look for the union label. When you were, that was something that when the American worker, the unions got a little too big for their own britches and priced the American customer out of their services and goods. That's why things get offloaded to Mexico and China and everything else. But I'm sorry, I don't want to get geopolitical on you. The point being is you don't care where it is. You just want the cheapest product you can get your hands on. Yeah. Most of us do.
Yeah.
Not proud of it. Hey, if you don't like the Saudis, don't buy gas. Go buy a friggin' electric car. Well, you know what I mean? That's part of it.
I just don't know, and maybe I'm wrong about this as we talk about this conversation, and this is why it's so broad and interesting from just not the golf angle. Because if you're a golf fan, you get this, and you play, and you're watching these guys, and you understand it. But it's just so much bigger, like the conversation itself, that these two entities, right, would now merge after fundamentally being so apart. Right. Just from a belief standpoint and how this has all gone down. But, Mike, I'll say this. I don't know if every time you buy something, you go, made in America. Do you? Every time you buy something, do you go, we got to get the kids this. Honey, made in America? Do you do that? Or do you just go and you leverage the price by searching different sites and saying, hey, I can get this for a cheaper price. Made in America? I don't know if you do that. And the point is, that is the hypocritical part of this when you talk about guys that were worried about, hey, where's this money coming from? I can't believe these guys are going to leave. I guarantee you, the guys that did leave are ticked off today because they could have made an extra $60, $100, or $200 million and came back to the same tournament or the same league, Mike.
Well, I mean, how does Jay Monahan look Rory McIlroy in the face? When Rory McIlroy, for the guys who don't know, he was one of the guys who said, look, my whole life I wanted to play in the PGA Tour. And what I've accumulated in my life, it's all come to the PGA Tour. And he didn't want to go over to live golf. And so he was like the standard bearer for the PGA. And I said earlier, Colin Morikawa goes, man, I just love learning the news on Twitter because all these guys got blindsided who stayed loyal to the PGA Tour, who look like a bunch of suckers right now. You could have walked for a year, less than a calendar year, and made hundreds of millions of dollars and come back.
And I don't know if any of you, if you knew what we know now, wouldn't have done that. 404-726-0929. And maybe you would not have. Tiger Woods didn't. Right. I said this. Tiger turned out $800 million to not go to live.
Right.
So his loyalties were with PGA, and he said, look, legacy is important to me. And he's right. If you're going to break all these records, you're not going to do it on the live tour where nobody's paying attention. You've got to do it on the PGA Tour where all of these other guys have made their bones and became the best in the world. I totally agree with him on that. But some guys did not take the money, and so maybe you would not have. But I'm going to tell you, a lot of the guys that did take the money, Mike, we were all surprised. Like, why is he going?
Right. A couple guys hitting us up on the text line. They say, Mike and Carl, this is from Bill. I agree with you. I do try to buy American whenever I can.
I love it. There was a time, I said this to Mike, when we were growing up, our parents, like my parents, there were commercials. Mike's mentioning this. Made in America was a big deal,
yes.
Right?
Right.
We know that a lot of stuff is made elsewhere now, Taiwan, China, etc. I just don't know how many Americans pay attention to that now. And based on, Mike, the economy and the way things are going, like I said, you're just trying to get the cheaper price. But there was a time where it meant something like, hey, if it's not made here, I don't want to buy it.
I know that Walmart's got America at work. You see some of that. You see some of the ads about that. It's American-made products. And if you can buy it, I think we try to. But at the end of the day, when you're sitting there at like 8 o'clock, whatever, at night or wherever you are, and you're in your bathrobe in the morning on your computer and you see something on Amazon, you're not asking where it's made. I think you have an idea. It came from, when the directions come, Carl, you know where that thing came from, but you like the price. So the point, what's the message here? We're just not trying to be holier than thou. I've always bought American cars, for as best I could. I've always been a GM guy, try to be loyal that way. But you're right, Carl. I don't like when people like the Brandel Chamblees or the Monahans get all sanctimonious about this stuff because you're a hypocrite. Because now Brandel Chamblee has to quit. You've said you'd never be in league with this. Well, guess what? The PGA has merged with LIV. You cover the PGA NBC. See ya. Mr. Canadian Open champion.
He's not quitting.
See ya.
He's not quitting.
Of course not.
He's not quitting.
But that's the nature of that's being a hypocrite.
All right. By the way, NFL Blitz is brought to you by our friends at Priority Men's Medical Centers. Check them out at PriorityMen'sMedical.com. Our own Drake London went on Good Morning Football. We're going to let you hear what he had to say coming up, so stay tuned for that. He talked about Ritter. Everybody's talking about Ritter.
Saying good things about Ritter.
Absolutely. He talked about leadership and Bijan Robinson, so we're going to let you hear all of that along the way. Bobby Hebert is on the way as well. But this golf story is just front and center. And I hope you're, as you hear us talking about this, this is what we're talking about because a lot of people are going to have to do two things. One, to Mike's point, quit, or two, eat crow.
Right.
That's what's going to have to happen and I'm talking specifically for a lot of guys on the PGA Tour.
Right.
All of a sudden, Mike, the last few tournaments, Rory went silent. When he was asked about it, Rory wasn't saying anything.
Maybe he knew something was coming.
Maybe he knew.
Right.
Every time this whole live conversation came up, Rory was like, I don't have an answer for that. Okay. So.
Yeah, and again, remember, Monahan was talking about things like, guys, when you invoke 9/11, that's about as serious as it gets, let's be honest, okay? And he was talking about the history of Saudi Arabia and some of the 9/11 bombers coming from Saudi Arabia and, talking about and comparing that to Live Golf. And now he's issuing statements, the flowery worded stuff that you see in these. After 2 years of disruption and distraction, this is a historic day for the game we all know and love. This transformational partnership recognizes the immeasurable strength of the PGA Tour's history, legacy, and pro-competitive model.
Kiss and make up.
And combines it with the DP World Tour and Live, including the team golf concept. So now the question is, what's golf going to look like?
And that's the big question.
Because I really don't like the Live Golf format, if I'm honest. I think it's gadgety. It's almost like silly for not. It's outside the box for being outside the box sake.
Well,
too much.
They wanted to be different, but this gets
too gimmicky.
This gets back to the Tiger and Jack and all the other greats. All right, Bobby Jones. I don't care. Pick one. You cannot accomplish what they did, Mike, playing less golf in less days. The rules have to be across the board for everybody. Right? Formality across the board for everybody. So if it's 4 rounds of golf, which has been for X amount of years, and you go to these major tournaments, you go to these tournaments, and you win, it has to be that. It can't be 3 days and less holes, and yet it means the same. It just can't.
Right. No, and that's why there's a big argument about the valuation of like the world golf rankings. How can you give a guy a full point when he's playing? He's putting in 3/4 of the effort, to your point.
And that's another reason why I thought this was going to happen. Really, in the back of my head, I didn't think this was going to happen, but at some point they had to merge because you weren't getting the rankings. You weren't getting the credit for winning these live tournaments, even if you were winning, and they're lesser tournaments from a day and length standpoint and how many holes you're playing. Was it 54 holes, I think
54,
it was?
yeah, because the LIV is 54 in Roman numerals.
Yeah,
so there you go.
Yeah.
I just thought that it was very gimmicky. Some of it's cool, like guys wear shorts when it's 90 degrees out. We all wear shorts on.
Sure.
You and I are really breaking out the whites, if I'm honest. It's an August day at Canongate or over at Cobblestone.
Oh, man, we got more to chop up. Bobby Hebert is going to stop by. Can't wait to hear what he has to say about the Saints. Have they improved? Are they really going to be that much better? A lot of people picking them to win this division. We are going around the NFL with teams on our schedule. Of course, we play the Saints twice. Bobby Hebert joins us next.
We're gonna get going. Let's go.
Back to more Dukes and Bell.
Are you ready? On Sports Radio 92.9 The Game.
Dukes and Bell, we are going to be live Friday, June 9th. Doing the show at Willie B's at Silverbacks Park. Enjoy food and drinks in partnership with Soccer in the Streets and Bud Light, supporting Atlanta's communities through the beautiful game of soccer and helping them discover their potential on and off the field. Learn more at soccerstreets.org. Must be 21 plus, and please drink responsibly. We're looking forward to that on Friday. Right now, we're looking forward to talking to our man, Bobby Hebert, who joins us on the waitforward.com hotline, and we're going around the country. And we're talking to different guys who cover the teams. Obviously, Bobby knows the Saints guys, and we're going to talk to him in just a second here. But, Mike, we've been talking to all these folks, whether it be Carolina, we went to Minnesota. We're trying to figure out what these squads are going to look like now that we're past free agency and certainly the draft. 9 teams, I think, starting mandatory minicamp this week. Next week, the rest of the league, the 21 that are left or whatever, are going to be a part of mandatory minicamp, including our own Falcons.
Right. And we're going to be up at Flowery Branch tomorrow, guys. We're going to be talking to Arthur Smith. Going to have him in the studio at our little makeshift studio that we've got up there at the branch for hopefully about an hour or more. Looking forward to getting Arthur's take on the new faces, what we've been doing. Already fans got a chance to see on Friday, man. A lot of power, a lot of speed, a lot of size on this team.
Bobby Hebert, we appreciate you stopping by as always. It's good to have you on. The real question for us is how much better are the Saints going to be with the moves that they've made? What's the word down there in New Orleans?
Well, the word in New Orleans, and this is not an opinion to the Who Dat Nation, it might be the easiest schedule in franchise history. Now, I know that's on paper. They're like double digits. We should win 11 or 12 games. They're that optimistic, and if we don't, they're saying everybody got to be fired. They got a clean house. But, no, that's where the expectations are at. Seems like the stars are aligned now. Dealing with injuries, that's a different thing. But, I mean, I don't know, just looking at the strength of schedule, 12 out of the 17 games are in the Dome. As a quarterback, a kicker, or punter, you always welcome that. So weather's not even going to be a factor, even though they beat Cleveland when it was freezing in Cleveland. But the only game like in December is like in Tampa. So, Mike, I think the weather's going to be nice in Tampa in December. Now, it could rain, but you're not worried about any storms. So, no, look, their opponents combined. The Falcons are dealing with the same thing. The NFC South, I think the Falcons are going to be right there. Now, I'd have to ask y'all, to me, can you count on Desmond Ridder? A lot of pressure, very similar to a Tua with the Miami Dolphins. What is Desmond Ridder going to do? Are you going to go with Taylor Heineke? I think that's kind of almost like an Andy Dalton insurance policy. But you just look at right now the Saints, the combined winning percentage of their opponents is .427. That's the worst of any team in the league. And I truly believe I think we have an edge at quarterback with Derek Carr. I'm not saying he's top 5. I think he's probably somewhere between 10 and 12 in that range. Now, you got to take advantage when you're playing rookie quarterbacks. And, the experienced ones, when you look at it, Ryan Tannehill, Kirk Cousins, they lost to the Vikings, double doink kick. And I look at Jared Goff, where Matthew Stafford's going to be at. Probably up-and-coming Trevor Lawrence. But they avoid, the elite quarterbacks when you look at it. And I think the bye week's coming at the right time, week 11, not in December. And I was telling the fans, because you always look at this, I'm sure, when y'all break down the schedule, well, what is the meat of the schedule? I says there's no meat. There's nothing tough. Like, for instance, in the month of October, okay, they play the Texans, they play the Jaguars, and the Colts. Those teams are combined 19, 47-1. That's why I'm telling you, I don't know if they want me to say this, but I'm with the fans. Yeah, you got if y'all don't win, everybody has to go. You got to make changes, but no, there's no reason why. For instance, look at the Saints. What I was reading what Vegas odds me is the only division team. When you look at the over and under. That was, better. Atlanta, I want to say they were like 8, Carolina 7.5, Tampa Bay 6.5. But 8 NFC teams are projected to have losing records this season.
Right.
And no, I'll tell you, if the Saints don't win, there's going to be the guillotines coming out in the French Quarter.
Well, two things, Bobby, because we look at our schedule. Carl and I said the same thing. I mean, if you believe that Detroit is on the come, we got Detroit and Jacksonville. And we got a couple of games like we play the Saints in November out of the bye week. We get you guys out of the bye. We get each other out of the bye. And then we play the Jets. Right. But we only have like 2 games. You say those are 2 back-to-backs where you struggle. The question is Derek Carr going to hit the ground running? Because, to me, Derek Carr, it's like, as a guy that watched the Raiders, and I bet the Raiders, Carl knows this a lot, it just seems like he's just a dude. He's not the dude.
Personal.
Yes,
personal.
It is very personal. Is he going to be a dude with you guys? Because the wide receivers, man, if Michael Thomas can get his head out of his tuchus with Chris Olave, and Kamara doesn't go to the Hooskow, you got yourself a pretty good offense.
Yeah, and the one thing with Derek Carr, he just seems like a good dude. He seems like a winner. The Raiders' defense has been so bad. He really had no help in that direction. But the one thing, a lot like Andy Dalton, can't win in prime time. But Derek Carr, I thought this was interesting. He can't win in cold weather, but they don't play any cold weather games. He's 0-7 in games played outdoors when it's 37 degrees or below.
Wow.
I was like, we don't have to worry about that. He didn't have to deal with the cold weather. But, no, I even have, like, the Saints being a 11-6 type team and going 4-2 in the NFC South. I got them splitting with Atlanta, splitting with Carolina. Now you got to sweep Tampa Bay, and then still have a double-digit winning type season. And I'm sure Atlanta has to be confident the changes they've made. I told you about the people that I'm familiar with that was with the Saints, with the Falcons. I think like Ryan Nielsen is going to do an outstanding job. Now, I think Fontenot knows what he's doing, but obviously you got to turn the table and you have to win. And look, I was a big with B.J. Roberts. I was a big guy on like the Falcons taking the running back because that's going to be a key. Can the Saints stop the run? Because I still think that I'm not saying can he stay healthy, but like a Saquon Barkley, you look at him when he was well, but can he be well? But you bring up Michael Thomas and. He was out there at OTA. We finally had a sighting of Mike Thomas. He was running the back end of the routes. I know Derek Carr wants him there, and he needs to be there. He's already made millions of dollars. Why are you not here supporting your team? He should be here every day because once you finish football, you can go but be a loner. He needs to take more the Camp Jordan approach and be here even though it's voluntary. You look to Mario Davis. That's what you need in Michael Thomas, and he showed up today. And I called him out on the radio. I said he needs to be here. Now they all joke with me. Oh, Aver, he must have heard you. But no, Michael Thomas, come on, dude. The Saints have paid you handsomely. Now you need to be available. You're offensive NFL, player of the year, and not be so standoffish and be more a guy that the young guys could count on. I know Chris Olave is looking up to him, and so hopefully Michael Thomas could stay healthy. Y'all seen him that first game against the Falcons. Those back shoulder throws. He makes those contested catches very similar to old school with Marcus Colston and Drew Brees. And that's where like Chris Olave, Rashid Shaheed's really come on. That's what they didn't have. Where in the red zone to move the chains on third down, and the Saints fans hopefully think that Michael Thomas will be the answer for that.
Dennis Allen get a bad rap? Listen, he's following Sean Payton. We know how damn good Sean Payton was as we talked to Bobby Hebert about the Saints and what this division may look like for them. But how do you look at him, Bobby? Is he a really good coach? Is it roster? Because it seemed like Sean was able to make miracles out of even when the roster wasn't good.
Well, you got to win. If you don't win, they get rid of you. That's just what happens. But I know he knows defense. But that doesn't mean you could be an outstanding defensive coordinator. Even though he's the head coach, it's still his baby, the defense. That, you could be a great defensive coordinator, but that doesn't mean you're a great head coach. I think South Standing's going to do a great job with the Dolphins, Vic Fangio. Vic Fangio, the old Dawn Patrol with Ricky Jackson and Pat Swilling, coaching those baggers. So I know he knows what he's doing. Wade Phillips, outstanding defensive coordinator. So I think the jury's still out as far as a head coach. But as far as the defensive coordinator, no, he knows. The Saints have the ability to be a top 10 defense, if not top 5. They got to get better stopping the run. They had number 2 overall pass defense. But do you know last year I thought this is embarrassing because Saints fans, you could throw a touchdown pass to get excited, but they love it when you take it away like a pick six or scoop and score, just get an interception or fumble. The Saints had the worst in their franchise history. And they've had some bad football here, going back. The worst amount of takeaways ever. Well, that like 14. Well, that can't continue. That's the difference of whether you're 7-10 or 10-7 type team. So Dennis Allen's charge of the defense, and when the offense is not producing how the fans want, you get spoiled with Drew Brees and all that. Dennis Allen's not running though. He don't know. That has nothing to do with the offense. I said if the defense succeeds, that's his baby. If the offense doesn't succeed, he has nothing to do with that, but he's going to be held accountable because he's the head coach. But it's all on Pete Carmichael. And I think Derek Carr will make Pete Carmichael a better coach. I think he's more cerebral than Jameis Winston and more talented than Andy Dalton. I think Andy Dalton is good enough, but he won't lose the game, but he won't necessarily win a game. That's why Carolina brought him on board just for stability. But I think Derek Carr might be that difference maker, and I tell fans, it's like Super Bowl or bust. I said, whoa, I didn't say go that far. I'm not saying we're on the level with the Eagles or the 49ers. You look at their roster, but we're right there. The NFC is wide open, and you can't go 3 straight seasons without going to the postseason. And so I'm telling you, there's going to be a lot of pressure on Dennis Allen this upcoming season for them to produce because it's always what have you done for me lately. And it's been a while because I really thought under Drew Brees and Sean Payton that they should have went to 3 Super Bowls. And, 2011, I thought they were better than 2009 when they became the new greatest show on turf. And then the no call. Well, know about that. I'm like, you got to be freaking kidding me. This isn't a regular season game. Yeah. This is to go to the Super Bowl. I put it this way. The Saints would have scored more than 3 points against the Patriots. It wouldn't have been no 13-3 Super Bowl. So that's missed opportunities. That's water under the bridge. But it's been a while since they got there. And the same thing with Falcons fans. Once you get to the Super Bowl, but you got to win it. It's such a letdown. I remember in '83 we win the championship with the Michigan Panthers, and I was just up there celebrating with Moose Johnson. He's the Roger Goodell of the USFL. It's 40 years since we won the championship with the Michigan Panthers, and we had a celebration. I went up there to Ford Field, even though we played at Pontiac Silverdome, which ain't there no more. But we won that championship in '83, and then we lost in '85. And you got to the championship, boy, but it's an empty feeling when you don't win. Once you get there, you have to win. And we all know the lead the Falcons had against the Patriots. How can you lose that? That's almost impossible.
Why you got to bring this up?
Yeah, seriously. Bobby, we're familiar with it.
Why you got to bring this up?
And by the way, the no call kept the Saints out of Atlanta. That would have been a personal Vietnam for all of us had you guys descended on Atlanta.
Yeah.
That Super Bowl.
And, now, Mike, I'll have to look at my schedule. The next great thing, though, that whole Louisiana, Georgia tie that you have and everything is Florida State LSU.
Right.
Boy, that's a game to look forward to.
Well, I got the house, man. You guys want to come down? I got the spot for you, so let me know.
Yeah. That's what I'm going to talk with T-Bob and see what I got. T-Bob probably has more leeway with me with LSU, and depending with the Saints or they have me doing here. But, yeah, that looks like that's a playoff game before the season starts.
Right on.
Great stuff. Bobby Hebert, we appreciate you as always, man. Take care. We'll talk to you soon.
Yeah, talk to you soon. I'll tell you, it's wide open, NFC South. It might be to win the division, the last game.
That's right.
That's his guy. It might come down to that. The NFL will love that.
You got it, man. So Bobby's Pragmatics says 11-6 for the Saints.
Can we win 11 games? Can we win 11 games?
Well, we got to beat the Saints. We got to sweep the Saints to get this division. That's the thing.
All right, we got to take a break. We're coming back. Yeah, man, no man's on the way. We're also going to let you hear, speaking of college football, what Herb Herbstreit had to say about the seismic shift in college football in 2024. That's all on the way in the 4 o'clock hour. It's Dukes and Bell.
Then things get really good.
Back to more Dukes and Bell.
Let's go, baby! Let's go!
On Sports Radio 92.9 The Game.
Thanks to Bobby Hebert for stopping by. Coming up next hour, guys, we're going to get a chance to talk to a guy that we were talking about yesterday. Sean Gentile is going to join us from The Athletic to talk about hockey coming to the ATL. Now, I say that. Do not take my words and say, I heard Duke say hockey's coming. The hopes and dreams of hockey coming, okay?
Yes.
Sean did a great article talking about the journey that we're on right now, and we'll talk with him next hour. Right now, though, let's get to Yeah Man, No Man.
It's time for Yeah Man, No Man. He's the former MVP of his high school football team.
Not really.
From New Jersey.
The Cavs are here.
And gives rapid-fire questions. Here's the executive producer of the Dukes and Bell Show, Chris Thomas.
What up, Turtle? What's going on today, man?
Well, things have officially gotten out of control. And I'm talking about none other than Taylor Swift concerts.
Oh, okay.
This is from @Fluent in Finance on Twitter. Due to inflation, it is now cheaper to go to Taylor Swift's concert in Argentina than in the United States.
Oh.
The cheapest tickets are going for roughly 75,000 pesos or $150. This is significantly cheaper than the cost of tickets in the U.S., where the cheapest seat for some shows is going for more than $700. In some cases, tickets initially sold for around $50 are being resold for more than $1,500 in Los Angeles. Now, here's the kicker. The cheapest flight from Chicago to Buenos Aires in November is currently priced at $900, which would still be cheaper than buying just a ticket in the United States.
How about that?
Travel abroad to see Taylor Swift is cheaper than staying in basically your own city here in America to see her with the price tickets.
For the ticket.
That's incredible. And it's crazy.
Right.
Now, the question is, how many people are doing that, Mike? How many people are going to book a flight and say, hey, and again, she's playing a lot of these. She came here and she played 3 nights. Right? She's playing MetLife 3 nights. So how many people are actually doing that? But that is insane, Chris, to think that that's where we are right now with these ticket prices.
Yeah, I'm just trying to. I saw Guns N' Roses and Metallica in Sweden, in Stockholm in '93, and I never really thought about the price being cheaper. Just we just did it because we could do it. But that is kind of neat. I mean, look, I don't have kids, so I don't have to worry about this. But some parents, my God, the money they've been spending on this is insane.
It is. And for some people, it's the parents, not the kids.
Yeah, that's true.
So I don't know if I would necessarily do this. If I was that hardcore of a fan, I probably would look into it. I'm sure a lot of people have. But that's nuts.
Does she have a human soul?
Taylor Swift? I don't
It's
think
not her.
Yeah, she didn't have anything to do with this.
It's Ticketmaster.
No,
or whatever
I'm
service.
just saying in general. You and I have had this argument and debate. Look, she's attractive. The songs are catchy, but there's nothing behind those eyes. When I see those videos, I see the even the commercials for Capital One. There's just nothing there.
Taylor
Swift is a vapid soul.
All Taylor Swift fans address that to Mike Bell, ATL. But yes, I hear you. But yeah, listen. I said this on the radio last weekend. I don't know what your musical tastes are.
Right.
She is a mega star.
Right.
And I get it, Mike. We talk about it. Some things are not my cup of tea or yours.
Right.
But you can't deny someone coming into the city and selling out Mercedes-Benz 3 days in a row.
No one debate. Look, and by the way, you can you like what you like, and millions of people obviously do love her, and she's selling millions and millions of CDs. I'm just saying, I just don't. When I watch it, I just don't connect. I want to connect. I think she's beautiful, but there's just nothing there. Yeah. She's just, to me, it's empty. It's an empty vessel. That's just me. Again, send it to Mike Bell.
Yeah, ATL.
So what do the Kardashians and Taylor Swift have in common?
Is this a joke?
They're both empty vessels.
Yeah, vacuous eyes. There's nobody home.
Yes.
Nothing there.
Nothing there.
They're both billionaires, by the way.
So on to some more somber news, unfortunately. Stephen A. Smith went on the Rich Eisen show and shared some details about what he knows about Ja Morant. Quote, I can tell you this. I'm from the streets of New York City.
Oh, here we go.
And a lot of players I know are from the streets, period.
All right, so right now, he doesn't know anything about John Moran. So right now, Stephen A. Smith is telling Rich Eisen, I have no idea what's going on with John Moran. So just cut it off right there.
Okay.
Cut it off right there.
And I can
everything that's going to come after this is a waste of our time.
And I can tell you that people within the NBA community are not just concerned about Ja playing basketball. They're concerned about whether or not he's going to be alive in 5 years because of the environments that he finds himself in.
Thanks for the newsflash.
So, that from Stephen A. Smith. Do with it what you will. Doesn't sound like good things are happening for John Morant right now.
Listen, he's got to choose to be around just better situations, better people, better individuals, not better people per se, but the people he's putting himself around, to Stephen's point, has gotten him into this mess. You got to have somebody around you to be like, Ja, put the gun away. Matter of fact, don't bring it in the car. Hey, we're not going there tonight because that's not a good place for you to be. He's not around those people. He's around people, obviously, Chris, right now that are just like, yeah, let's go. Come on, Day-Day, let's go kick it. And that's not put him in a good spot.
All right, lastly, want to squeeze this in
Stephen
here.
A's from the streets.
He's from New York City. Hollis, Queens. As a matter
No, I
of
know.
fact.
That's true. That's true.
Quite
That's a real
frankly.
story.
There's not very nice parts of Hollis, Queens, too, by the way.
Michael Soroka spoke yesterday.
It's Run DMC's home.
Yes, it's not all bad.
Yeah. Go ahead.
Does he wear Adidas, though? That's the Michael Soroka spoke yesterday at Austin Riley's golf event before getting sent down. So I want to let you guys hear this just because this was his mindset going into what he thought would be his third start.
Obviously, it's about doing it kind of inning in, inning out, and not hitting those rough patches. So obviously, I've said before, there's going to be some bumps along the way, but I see no reason why I can't go back out there and show everyone what I'm capable of right now because I know it's there. Just got to go compete and pound the zone. I think that's a big one, and it's cliche, but 4 walks isn't quite me, and I know that's not where I'm going to be at my best, and definitely going to be out there making an effort to throw nothing but strikes next time out. Obviously, I would have liked for both of them to go a little better than they had, but that's not baseball. You're not guaranteed anything just because of the work I put in the last couple of years. I got to go out and get those guys out because they're the best in the world.
Yeah, we talked about it the other day. We want that big happy ending, and resulted in him on the mound for a playoff win or something.
Mike.
Well, in baseball and life, Carl. Hey now.
What? Yeah, I'm just saying.
Steve Koonin said it himself.
He did. We all want
We
that.
all love happy endings.
Yes, we do.
But yeah, I don't know when we're going to get this one. This is one that's going to require a little more effort, it looks like.
Yeah, I was waiting for Soroka to go, get that microphone out of my face.
but he said, I'm not good. I'm not playing like I need to play.
He'll be back. I'm not as worried as some people, like thinking that this is a fail. I don't see it that way. He's going to be fine, and I think he's going to help us, guys, when it comes down to August, September. He's going to be in the mix. I truly believe that.
All right. Not as fun today, but equally as important because Day-Day, we give him credit for coming in early today. So I can't say Bo, but Day-Day.
And again, for guys that are new to the show, Squid Billy, who's moved on to the morning shift, he's a big star now. He used to, again, to dictate to then engineer Chris to hit his music in a very often dismissive manner. And Chris now, not dismissively, but he also likes to delegate now to the engineer to then hit his music.
It does sound very familiar, doesn't it?
Yes.
Eerily familiar.
It
Because
does.
Bo used to be like, hey, Turtle, hit my music.
Well, they asked me, they were like, who do you want to work on the show when you slide over? Is it Abe or Oren or Dylan? I was like, no, give me Bo Johnson so that we can keep this tradition alive, baby.
Yeah, see, now again, we've said too much because this will get back to Bo, and this will turn into a federal case.
No, Bo knows he used to do that purposely. As a matter of fact, I thought he was flexing at times.
We have provocateurs who take what we say on this show, and then they go and they run it at Squid Billy, and it becomes an incident. This will become an incident, Carl.
Play my music. All
This will
right.
be a situation.
Coming up,
Controversy.
we're going to hear from Kirk Herbstreit. Also, by the way, Allison says, Dukes, people are traveling abroad to see Beyonce as well. Cheaper to see her overseas than it is to buy tickets here for concerts. So it's not just Taylor Swift. All right, guys, it's Dukes and Bell. PGA and Liv have combined, and now they are one. We'll talk more about that as well coming up on Sports Radio 92.9 The Game. Dukes and Bell Sports Radio 92.9 The Game. If you're just joining us, Live Golf and the PGA have merged. It is somewhat of a shocker around the world, to be quite honest with you, Mike. And we've been talking about it today.
You know, it's kind of an afterthought in this because they are their own tour, but they do obviously have some reciprocity with the PGA. Is the European Tour, which is known as the DP World Tour, is also merged under one umbrella.
Correct.
So all of the events that if you ever watch sometimes when there's nothing really big going on with the PGA Tour, you watch something on the Golf Channel, all of those events now potentially, all these guys could perceive, I guess, the perception is they can compete in them, Carl, and have points and everything else, and all be under one umbrella. Pretty cool.
We don't know how this is going to look quite yet. That hasn't been laid out. We know the structure of the leadership. Jay Monahan, who's run the PGA, is still going to be a part of this. We've talked about the board of directors and all of this, but the tournaments that Mike's laying out with all three entities now under one umbrella, how is that going to look? What tournaments stay? What tournaments go away?
Are you going to have events that are team golf events and use some of the Live Golf format where you go 54 holes in some events and 72 in others? Will all be 72 holes? That's, again, if you're not a golfer, you're like, what's it matter? Well, it's another day of work. So that's why it's a big difference.
Yeah, and for the PGA, just for rankings and standings and all the things where you talk about winning, tournaments, I can't tell you if a guy wins 80 tournaments and it's 54 holes that it equates to what Tiger Woods has done. No. It's not the same. So that's what I've been saying. Uniformity across the board. If you want to talk about legacy and how good a player was, then he's got to play, the tournaments that Jack played or Tiger or Bobby Jones or, from all the greats guys, because I think that is something that bugged a lot of the PGA guys just from a formality standpoint. Now, I'm not talking about the money. I'm just talking about you get to play 3 days, you win a tournament, and you want to compare that to what I'm doing at the other tournaments in the PGA Tour?
And that's why some of the older guys like Ian Poulter, guys that were kind of, let's be honest, guys who were losing their game. They lost their fastball. They got a chance because they still have some brand recognition. They could cash in with Live Golf and go work for 54 holes as opposed to 72 and cash that big paycheck. And then you got guys like Rory, who was banging the drum and being the standard bearer for the PGA, and he looks like an idiot. Guys like Monahan have left Rory out to dry. Maybe that's why Rory was kind of tight-lipped at the PGA, and he knew this was coming.
Maybe he did. So it's all today going down, and again, a stunner, but I think it's good for golf from just a fan standpoint. Like if you're a hardcore fan like I am or Mike, watching these tournaments, now I get to see Brooksy and the rest of the guys that we've been missing that have been playing in Live because I've not been paying attention or couldn't find it, Mike. To be honest with you, I wasn't watching that. I want to see the best golfers every time out, and if that's the case, this is good for golf fans.
Right, and I get it. We've talked about this at length. For some folks out there, the term sports washing, the fact that, Saudi money and, from the Gulf states over there in the Middle East have invested heavily in European soccer, from the English Premier League to different other leagues, Italian leagues, etc. And then now you've got this Live Golf. You could argue that if you didn't know about Saudi Arabia, and let's be honest, Carl, we live in a world where a lot of people are proud to not know nothing about nothing. This might actually bring put more spotlight on this because people are talking about it. I guess one thing that I know it's always been the one-sided argument, oh, they're terrible and they're evil, and even Phil said, oh, they're the worst guys in the world. But, hey, if I can use them to make more money off the PGA Tour, I'll do it.
And he did.
But at the end of the day, as Carl and I have been discussing, if people want to get all high and mighty and sanctimonious, like Brandel Chambly of the Golf Channel who writes, Carl, this is one of the saddest days in the history of professional golf.
Quit.
And go quit.
Give it up, Brandon.
By the way, can I just say something real quick? Take your thinly veiled racist shots at Tiger Woods and everything else you've done in your career. You white bread with mayonnaise, probably eat a slice of pizza with a knife and fork.
Tell us how you feel, Mike.
Turkey. Can't stand Brandel. First off, how many guys know anyone named Brandel? Exactly. This guy is the biggest phony gas bag out there, taking shots at Brooks Koepka. Butch Harmon comes back at him and says, well, you're NBC, right? You guys go work with the Russians and the Chinese every 4 years with the Olympics, so why are you pointing fingers at us for working with the Saudis? You want to compare civil rights abuses? You want to care? You want to talk? I mean, that's where we're at. He's a hypocrite. He's a fraud and a phony. I wish he would quit. Can't stand Brandel Chambly. Guys like this are why I didn't play golf till I was 32, because golf is elitist and snobby, and he's one of those guys who looks the poster boy for it.
Anything else on your mind?
That's about it.
Let's talk some dogs.
Dukes and Bell on the sidelines with the dogs.
Let's talk some college football because Kirk Herbstreit has some things to say, and you might not agree with it. As a matter of fact, he was talking about the seismic shift that's going to happen in college football in 2024. Of course, we know what he's talking about, right? Oklahoma, Texas comes to the SEC. You've got UCLA, USC going to the Big Ten. There's going to be a lot of stuff happening. Here's Kirk Herbstreit. He was on the podcast On 3.
I feel like 2024, ironically for you guys, is where college football is going to do this seismic shift. You know, we've got Texas and Oklahoma going into the SEC. We got USC and UCLA coming to the Big Ten. And I don't think that's done. I think there's going to be more movement. You'd be surprised. We're going from 4 teams to 12 teams in the playoff. I mean, everything is getting ready to just change. And you guys are going to be in the front row for that. That's so hyped. I mean, it's going to be a lot of fun.
Okay, I don't disagree with him on that. It's going to be different because it always is different. When Missouri and Texas A&M came in the SEC, everybody's like, it's different. Right. But it doesn't mean that it won't be better. This is why the scheduling thing was such a big deal about, hey, how often are we going to get a chance to see these brands play each other, whether it be Oklahoma, Texas, Georgia, Alabama, Georgia. I want to see more of that. Now, we know the 2024 schedule is set, but, Mike, listen to Kirk Herbstreit talk about right now where he'd put Bama, LSU, and Georgia as far as how he sees them right now.
It's hard for me not to lean towards Alabama in the SEC just because of what you described. Now, you got LSU, who made incredible strides in that first year with Brian Kelly. Got a lot coming back from that team. They beat Bama last year. They got to go to Tuscaloosa. So I would those 3 are going to be everybody's 3. As we sit here right now, I'm going to wait to see where we are in August, but I would be in that Bama LSU, just a little bit ahead of Georgia as we get ready for getting into the summer months.
Ahead of Georgia.
Well, okay. I mean, the quarterback issues, you could argue that we're assuming Carson Beck can handle this role, and if he can't, you've got 2 other guys who've never played big moments for Georgia. In the case of Alabama, you got a quarterback who is built like a lineman who doesn't throw very well, and you had to go get guys from other programs, not to mention you've hired assistants that aren't exactly the, let's be honest, Carl, the envy of all the college football world. Then there's Mike Bobo, which has still some Georgia fans a little nervous in the service about where this is going to go this year. But Alabama better than Georgia? You're the defending champion? You just put each year you're putting tons of players in the league. Bama does too. Bama had a slightly better recruiting class, but I think is Alabama's quarterback situation I think it's a lot worse than what Georgia is, and Georgia, we just don't know what Carson Beck will do full season.
Yeah, I mean, I get why, again, I think we're both on LSU being a better team under Brian Kelly in year 2. There's no doubt.
They've got the best, you could argue they've got the best quarterback or quarterbacks in the SEC. They got the best quarterback room in the SEC West.
Yeah. The Alabama thing, Mike, is exactly right about the quarterback situation. It's easy to sit here and say that they might be ahead of Georgia heading into the summer. He said heading into the summer. Right. But this is why you got to go prove it. And for the Georgia schedule, you can't have any let-ups. Like, this is not a season. This is not a year where you could have, a couple of close, wins, Mike, and people feel good about it. You're supposed to blow doors pretty much on everybody. Right. If Tennessee, you got to go on the road and you play them close and you win, I don't think that's going to be looked at as a fail. But if you already have Kirk Herbstreit, who nationally will be saying this, Mike, in a few months, hey, that Bama and LSU is in front of Georgia, it leaves no room for error. And that's why I think you got to come out and establish yourself. I know we talk about this. Kirby has rarely ran up scores on people. It just so happens the TCU couldn't stop anybody, and the score was a score. But I've said this, Mike, like, this is one of those strength of schedule deals where leave them out there. Let's score a few more times.
Right. Now, for what it's worth, USA Today and Fan Nation, they had Ohio State was 1, Alabama was 2.
That's right.
And then Georgia was 3. And then, you get down there and you say, okay, LSU's 4, Texas 5, and there's, it varies from school to school. One school that was on top of the mountaintop, right? And they kind of, not like they lost their way, just DJU wasn't all that good a quarterback, right? It was Clemson. What do you make of the big story today that Clemson steals Sammy Brown, stud linebacker, 5 stars, out of Jefferson, Georgia, from the Bulldogs?
Yeah.
I mean, that shows you that, for all the things that have happened, turning over the staff, that, the Dabo still got some punch up there in Death Valley, right?
He does. And listen, they still have great facilities. They haven't been on top of the mountain here in the last few years, but you've seen the kind of guys that they put in the NFL. There's no doubt, Mike, if you are recruiting Georgia as hard as Clemson does. I mean, it's right there. It's right across the border. You're going to come into the state and try to get some of these kids. But at the same time, Georgia gets a commit from Justin Green, who's an elite in-state defensive tackle. He put out a huge statement today on social media talking about the last part of this is the best part for me, where he talks about the University of Georgia will provide the necessary guidance and support for me to reach my full potential. And I'm fully committed to the grind. So, they get another 4-star defensive line recruit out of Mountain View High School. And people are excited about that. So you lose one, you gain one. This is
right.
This is where the coaching thing comes in, right? What Kirby and his staff has proven over the last couple of years is even though Clemson is still recruiting at a high clip, they're not coaching these guys up as good as Georgia has been, and therefore you don't see the results.
But it also shows you when Kirby has to replace assistant coaches like Saban had to, Dabo had to, but Dabo lost his brain trust.
That's right.
I always likened Dabo to Bobby Bowden as like a CEO-type coach, and then he lost when Bobby Bowden lost Mark Richt, started losing all his elite coaches. Chuck Amato was kind of an energy guy, went up to NC State, got things rolling. Sometimes those guys are hard to replace, if not impossible.
Yeah.
And Saban's trying to do it again this year.
I agree, man. 404-726-0929. It's our Solomon Brothers Diamond text line. Talking about Justin Green from Gwinnett County, guys, 6'4", 265, Mountain View. Rising senior, becomes the first public defensive lineman commitment in the class for the Dogs. And so he's now, the 17th commitment in this class. He's also the 10th highest rated player, Mike, for 2024. 5th highest rated Dog on the defensive side. He's still getting it done.
And again, aside from the aforementioned Brown, who's going to play linebacker for Clemson, look, if you want to play defense in the NFL, you go to Alabama, there's a lot of places you could go to, but Georgia's become a factory. Georgia's become sort of a defensive line factory, and you imagine they're going to reload. It stinks that you lose Bear, but it's just, Kirby made the comments last week. It's literally like George Bush. Either you're with us or you're against us.
That's right.
If you don't want to be here, I don't want you.
Yeah, they've been doing a good job of replacing a lot of guys. Like, it doesn't even feel like Bear was here, and that's crazy because he had such a big impact last year.
Well, I mean, we were just talking
Bear Alexander, guys.
A couple guys hit us up on the text line saying, how do you know what Carson Beck is going to be? I don't know, but I know that Alabama is looking everywhere to find another quarterback because obviously somebody in that coaching room doesn't believe they've got a guy in Tuscaloosa going to do the job right now.
No, not at all. And a kid named DeMarcus Riddick had his official visit this
5-star
weekend.
LB.
Yeah, so he committed back in November of last year, but then he's the number 2 player in Alabama this cycle, a major target for both Alabama, Auburn. So we'll see. This is what it's all about.
Hey, a bunch of guys hit us up on Twitter saying, remember, guys, Kirk Herbstreit picked Bama last year.
I know. This is what I'm saying. But that narrative, if he pushes it, Mike, every week he's on college football, he's doing games, and every week he's talking about this, that's what you're going to hear. Bama and LSU are better than Georgia. I hope Georgia uses that as some motivation.
I think LSU is better than Bama.
I do too. This year.
Yes.
All right, guys, we've got more to get to, including could a third time be a charm? He wrote a great story in The Athletic about the NHL and hockey potentially returning to the ATL. We're going to talk to him next on Sports Radio 92.9 The Game.
Dukes and Bell.
We got spirit. How about you?
On Sports Radio 92.9 The Game.
This hour is brought to you by Mark Spain Real Estate. It's Dukes and Bell at Sports Radio 92.9 The Game. We're going to talk more about the PGA and LIV merging. Also, the Falcon Report's on the way in about 35 minutes from now. as we will let you hear what Drake London had to say about leadership, Desmond Ridder, and much more. Stay tuned. It's on the way. Mike and I got into a great conversation yesterday about the NHL and the possibility of it coming back to Atlanta. This is an ongoing conversation, guys. It is fluid. It's not going away, I don't think, anytime soon. And Sean Gentili wrote a great piece in The Athletic about what Chapter 3 could possibly look like. And we welcome him in on the waitforward.com hotline. And Sean, thank you for joining us today. Your ears must have been burning yesterday because we were talking a lot about this. But I think, the thing that is the first concerning issue about this is where, let's just assume it happened, okay? Where are we putting this arena? Where are we playing these hockey games? Because Mike and I have been going back and forth. North of the city, Forsyth County, are we playing at State Farm Arena? That seems to be one of the biggest issues and hurdles to overcome, even assuming that we get a club.
That's the big issue. Right. It's where do these games actually take place? And I think if I had to bet, and this is a bad idea because we all know what happens when you bet on stuff, especially when it involves the NHL in Atlanta, I think the games would be played on the North Point Mall site. Like that seems like that's what the leader in the clubhouse is. From people I've talked to down there, people I've talked to around the league, that seems like if it happens, and there's a better chance of it happening now than there certainly was 6 months ago or 6 years ago. I think that's the leader in the clubhouse. That seems like where the support is kind of coalescing, let's say.
Yeah, you're just, technically you're between Roswell and Alpharetta, and no disrespect to our Forsythian neighbors, but it's just a bit more of a schlep. I think it's like 6 more miles up the road to Forsyth, and I live on the opposite end. I'm halfway to Alabama, so that would make it maybe like a once-in-a-month trip to go watch hockey up there, let alone folks in the city. But as you talk about, Sean, in the article, and it's really well-written piece because you talk about the star-crossed history of the Atlanta Spirit, the worst fraud ever perpetrated on this city. But the traffic, you just can't get people outside the perimeter to want to come downtown. It's tough enough for us Falcon fans and Hawks fans.
I know, and I think part of so when you start talking to hockey people about this, and you're talking to Canadians and whatever, I don't think they appreciate Atlanta traffic in the way that they should, and that's always been the case. Like I live in Charlotte for years. I spent time down there. I've had friends in Atlanta. I've spent decent time there. And when you're talking to people who are speaking from whatever parts north, whether it's Canada or elsewhere, I don't think they can necessarily wrap their head around what it means to try to get from the northern suburbs downtown, after work on a weekday. Like that's a tough thing to impress upon them. So that's always been one of the tougher parts, honestly, of the discussion overall, right? Because they're saying like, well, how bad could traffic be? And it's like, well, pretty bad actually. and here's how. That's like the fundamental. It really does, and not to say that there aren't huge, important issues at play, so like socioeconomic issues at play with the whole discussion, right? But it really does seem like it begins and ends with the location of all this stuff because of what you guys have to deal with on a day-to-day basis, traffic-wise down there.
Sean Gentili, guys, writes for The Athletic, wrote a great piece, the NHL in Atlanta. What are the realistic chances? I mean, seriously, from what you've heard, you quoted a lot of people in this article. What are the realistic chances? If I'm driving around Atlanta right now, 85, 75, 20, wherever I'm at, 400, and I'm going, is this a 50% chance? Is this a 75% chance?
10?
Sean, where are we at?
Let's put it square at 50. Is that fair? Is that fun?
It is.
Is that
it's
where
realistic.
the number should be?
No, I think it's realistic because this is the issue Mike and I have had with our listeners who are gung-ho about this could happen, and we're saying there's so many things that have to take place.
Well, the NHL's got to sign off on it. I know in the article, Sean, you mentioned, Houston. It sounds like Houston, if anything ever comes of Arizona, because they obviously don't have an arena moving forward, that Houston will be the next team, or the team that would get hockey if Arizona's got to move. Does that make sense?
Yeah, the other one to watch too. So, man, like we're on like year 15 of talking about what happens with the Arizona Coyotes, right? So who knows? And anybody trying to, guess in any real way, we've made these mistakes before. But it seems like we're hitting the end of the road here in one way or another. Stuff is not done there yet. They haven't decided, definitively that they're out. But at some point in the next year or two, because of the situation where they're playing in a 5,000 seat college rink for the foreseeable future. And after their own arena deal, cratered a couple weeks ago, it's almost over, and they're going to need to figure out where they go next. And if it isn't Arizona, if there isn't some other deal to be struck out there with Mesa, Arizona, or something in Scottsdale, or something with the Suns, it seems like the leader in the clubhouse for them, in terms of a short-term move, in terms of a relocation, is actually Salt Lake City. That's the one to watch, because the Jazz owner, a guy by the name of Ryan Smith, he wants a team, and the Delta Center, or whatever it's called now, is capable of making ice. So then after that, if that's what happens, whether the Coyotes end up in Salt Lake or stay in Arizona or whatever, I think it makes a whole lot more sense for Atlanta and Houston to be looked at as expansion franchises, as the 33rd and a 34th NHL team at some point in the next 5 years. Because, again, that's where the big money is, and that's the biggest reason this is happening, right? Because NHL franchise valuations are gigantic. Ottawa Senators are about to sell for $1 billion or thereabouts. But if you can charge, some ownership group in Atlanta or Alpharetta or Houston or wherever, if you can charge each of them $1 billion 5 years from now, let's say, that money goes directly to the owners. Players do not see a cent of that. So that is the single biggest reason to think, and we've seen huge successes in Seattle and Vegas, right? Those teams are good. They're making money. They're for themselves and for everyone else. And so the league and the rest of the teams are looking at these huge southern markets and saying, like, all right, maybe this will work if we do it the right way this time.
Yeah, and I know in the article we know we have a car dealership group that is kind of fronting what would be the gathering at South Forest. I think, as you pointed out, maybe Alpharetta splitting the difference is the better location. I don't know what kind of financial resources they have, but you're talking about billions. That's a very select group of people that could put together this kind of deal once the NHL first greenlights the expansion in the first place beyond 32 teams.
Right, and I think that's a big part of the reason to think, whether it's in Atlanta or Houston or wherever else, that NHL ownership is in a better spot now than it was, say, in 1999, when Ted Turner could throw $80 million at the league and be like, all right, let me in. It doesn't mean anything to him, right? If nothing else, if that's what it took to get State Farm built, then he was going to take it 100 times out of 100. And once that check's cut, and once he gets the arena built, then it turns into, obviously back then it turned into, a whole other sort of mess. Now, when you're talking about people playing with $600, $700, $1 billion to get in the ownership club, they're naturally going to take it a lot more seriously, right? And you're going to attract a more serious, kind of team owner than you would otherwise. So yeah, it is interesting to see. We all know that Vernon Krause is the businessman, the car dealership guy that's involved with that building on Forsyth. We'll see what happens there, but man, it's a lot more difficult. You need a whole lot more money to own, an NHL team than you did 10, 15, 20 years ago.
No doubt. I mean, you put in the article, Ted Turner paid $80 million for an expansion fee for the Thrashers.
Right.
It sounds like chump change now.
Right.
When you think back to that amount, that was a lot of money back then, but completely different world now as we talk about the potential of hockey coming back to Atlanta. Sean Gentile joining us here on Sports Radio 92.9 The Game, talking about this as he wrote a great piece again in The Athletic. All right. With all of this said, we talk about the transfer, the expansion situation. What about just from the ground up? Like, forget about getting someone else's team. What's the likelihood of that? Is it better to do that than trying to go and bring some other team to Atlanta?
Yes. In a word, yes. I think, because the only team that's a threat to move or a possibility to move right now is the Arizona Coyotes, right? I'm not sure if you want anything. You don't want that stink kind of moving southeast, right? Like you don't need what's gone on there in any capacity whatsoever. But also, like, that could be a rush job. Like that, it might not. If the Coyotes moved, if they were to move to Atlanta, you're talking about a situation where they play in, Duluth for a couple years while they get their own building built or whatever. Like, I don't think you necessarily want to open up that can of worms when the other option. The other probably more feasible option is to wait a few years, get the arena done, get the deal done, in a way that makes sense for the people that own the team, put it in the right place, whatever. Let this incubate a little bit more, let it cook a little bit more, rather than say, like, all right, We're bringing in the Coyotes. We need them to have a place to play in 2024. Like, let's roll. That seems a little bit aggressive and a little bit unnecessary. So I'd rather build from the ground up, certainly, if I were involved there.
Sean Gentile, guys, from The Athletic, along with Michael Russo. Great article on the star-crossed history of the Atlanta hockey scene, from the Flames to the Thrashers to what we're trying to get now. One final nugget on this. We do have State Farm Arena. It does have the dimensions for hockey. We are going to have a huge multi-entertainment Atlantic Station-type district right across from the arena eventually. I don't know if wrestlers got any interest in hockey. I mean, anybody who buys a hockey team, to your point, wants to own the arena, cover all, like the Braves have with the Battery. So would the NHL prefer, despite all the traffic issues that you said they don't seem to understand, would they prefer it to be downtown?
I still think I think what the league wants and they have like figured out. You know, I think after all these years they do understand. You know, the need probably from a financial standpoint, at least in terms of easy fixes, to have it out in Alpharetta. I think the league understands that, and I think, you know, the success of the Battery and the money, at least, that the Braves have drawn in there on a night-to-night basis over the last few years, I think that has made a light bulb go off, you know, for the leagues. Yeah, as much as fun as I think it'd be to have a team downtown, and as much of good stuff is going on, you know, around State Farm, I think this is 100%. You know, a move for an arena in the northern suburbs and probably nowhere else.
Sean, man, we appreciate you stopping by. Great work on this. We'll be reading you and keeping tabs on where this goes as, you know, the rumors continue to be out there. But maybe where there's smoke, there's fire. You said 50%. I buy that. I think it's a 50% chance right now. And if something starts to move forward, we're going to keep you guys updated. Sean, appreciate you joining us.
Fellas, I appreciate you having me, and I'd love to come back anytime. Thank you.
Good stuff. All right, guys. It's Dukes and Bell at Sports Radio 92.9 The Game. Coming up, we're going to talk with Grant McCauley next hour. Mets are in town. Yeah. We'll get into that. Also, we will talk more about what went down today with the PGA and LIV. But, Mike, what do we got coming up in Guy Talk?
Florida Panthers running out of options call, trying to goon it up in Vegas. Kachuk's brutal hit on the Night Star. Also, how did you find out that your league was merging with LIV Golf? Coming up next.
for fun. It's time for guy talk. Never mind. It's time for shenanigans.
Yeah, boy. Hope you guys are having a good day. Funny, we're playing the tunes. I was just showing Carl during the commercial break. One of our listeners sent me a link to it. I put it up at Mike Bell ATL. Le Mans is this weekend, Carl. 24 Hours of Le Mans kicks off at 10 a.m. on a Saturday.
Grueling.
And the Corvette racing team was rolling their car into one of the practice sessions, and they're rolling into place, and they've got Luda. Move, blank, get out the way. And everybody was kind of reacting and smiling and laughing, some of them to it, so kind of neat. So I was just taking a look. Carl asked me who's driving the car this year, and it's one American named Brian Keating, and there's a couple of dudes who have driven a lot of cars in the American Le Mans series as well, but you might not know who these dudes are. But there's an Argentinian, and there's a Belgian. And there's actually a cool thing. Camaro's going to be racing this year at Le Mans. It's going to be an innovative car. It's his own division. Jimmy Johnson and Jenson Button are going to be taking turns in the Camaro.
I didn't know that.
And a ZR1 at Le Mans. I didn't know that either until I just checked it out.
Wow.
So,
Okay.
I guess you can watch that this weekend. NBC Sports will have it for you, right?
Is that the guy you met on the plane, Mike?
Yeah, Jenson. Yes. I went total Chris Farley, fanboy, like with Paul McCartney on Saturday Night Live with Jenson Button at the after the Miami Grand Prix last year. He was sitting right behind us on the flight to Delta. It's like, remember when you won that race in Hungary? I was there. That was awesome. All right, man. Today the big news is Live Golf merging with the PGA Tour. Also, the formerly known as the European Tour, the whatever this DP Tour, whatever the hell it's called. But anyway, it's the World Golf Tour. So it's an umbrella of all three, which potentially could create, for golf fans, a lot better, streamlined. And how many events are going to sort of run parallel with each other, or will they all stand alone? In other words, could you conceivably, Carl, compete in events in Germany and Italy as an American and then go over and play in the British Open?
Yeah, if you,
things like that.
Well, if you qualify, right? If you qualify for these tournaments, yeah, absolutely.
Interesting to see how they're going to work out all the details on this.
And I just, Mike, for me, like, I know you feel the same way. I just want the best golfers, the top tournaments outside of the majors, right? Because here's where the ratings have gone down. Last week, right? I'm watching the PGA Tour. It was okay. It wasn't the complete field that makes it interesting week to week outside of these majors. And I got to say, I think that's where probably, Mike, you know, on any given Saturday or Sunday where you have Tiger, Rory, Phil, Brooksy, go down the list. All of those guys competing, okay? And you know, that draws the interest. That hasn't been there week to week outside of the majors. You get that back now with this merger.
Right. Look, I mean, Dustin Johnson's not one of the great interviews in golf history, but he is a big-name brand. And Brooks Koepka, not the most charismatic. And I think he was kind of a reluctant guy. I think at the time, Carl, he lost confidence in his game because of the injuries and felt he wasn't going to get back.
But I like his game.
Oh, he's on fire. And Brooks Koepka taking shots at Brandel Chambly, who I took shots at earlier in the show because he's just a milquetoast, absolute turd of a snobby golf announcer. He says, welfare check on Chambly, because Brandel Chambly took shots at Brooks Koepka for taking the Live Golf money and didn't like the fact he won the PGA. Butch Harmon says, look, hey, Chambly, you work for NBC. You guys cover the Chinese and Russian Olympics, so pipe down. Get off the holier-than-thou wall, right? More golfers. Now, this is where it gets interesting.
All right.
PGA Tour is run by PGA Tour golfers. The Pro Golfers Association is a nonprofit made up of its member players. Colin Morikawa on Twitter. I love finding out morning news on Twitter.
He didn't know.
Apparently he didn't know.
Well, there's a lot of guys that didn't know. They woke up today, were like, what?
Mackenzie Hughes at 10:47 this morning from the PGA Tour. Nothing like finding out through Twitter that we're merging with a tour that we said we'd never do that with.
He's right.
Phil Mickelson says, awesome day. Smiley emoji.
Oh, I bet. He got his 200 mil.
Right. Harold Varner III, time to get on the bush hog.
He left because, yeah, he was one of those guys. That's right.
Right now he gets to come back. And look, if I'm Harold Varner III or Ricky Fowler, and we love HV3, but he's this close, always, chugging up that hill, go cash in. Justin Thomas.
Well, it's too late now.
Yeah. Justin Thomas was having quite the nice practice session this morning, too. And he's got a picture of a phone with the news breaking about Live Golf.
It's just funny because this tells you how this thing was done. And we talked about, Greg Norman not finding out. He's the face of Live, and he didn't even know.
Right. From Sahith Thagala, who you see on tour, he says, just craziness. I mean, I'm sure there's a reason for it, but it's not going to be good enough reason for the utter lack of communication. How are we top 10 players in the world finding out on Twitter? I'm biting my tongue till more stuff comes out. No way players are going to be okay with this. Still haven't heard anything from Rory McIlroy. Rory, now, we should say this. He was kind of conspicuously quiet after being the guy banging the drum for PGA just a few weeks ago at the PGA tournament. So perhaps he was aware something was in the works.
Or yeah, I think he changed. I'm not going to say he changed his tune. I don't think Rory was ever for this. He stood his ground and said why he didn't like the idea of guys leaving and standing up for the PGA Tour. But I do think, Mike, before he got further in, he had to slow down. And I think that's kind of what happened.
One last PGA Tour golfer, Michael Kim. Very curious how many people knew this deal was happening. About 5 to 7. He goes, player-run organization, right? Shrug emoji.
He's right.
This is the PGA Tour. Again, the PGA is run by the pro golfers.
So why isn't Jay Monahan calling all of these guys before this went public?
I mean, I guess they didn't want the. I mean, it's midweek. If they're going to do like this is a big story. It's not like you news dump this over the weekend. Could you figure these guys couldn't hold their water over the weekend, so you announce it on? Again, it's very curious. Or was this going to be announced later in the week and the news was going to break and that's why they dropped it?
Now I think
somebody had it.
I think, Mike, part of this was for Liv, the folks at Liv, and the higher ups at the PGA, including Monahan, to control the narrative.
Right.
If we let this out, all these golfers are going to start complaining and talking about what are we doing and criticizing. When you find out in the fashion they found out, and you're reading all this stuff, how these guys found out, we're in shock mode. You're not in react mode. If I've had 24 hours, 48 hours to think about this, and I'm ticked off, and now I'm going in on social media, that's not a good look for the new league, whatever it's going to be called. So guess what? We just tell you when we tell you, and you find out like everybody else.
Yeah, and again, Brian Monahan was invoking 9/11, talking about having friends that lost it on one of the flights from Boston that originated on 9/11, talking about the involvement with Saudi Arabia. Brandel Chambly, this is one of the saddest days in the history of professional golf. Again, he's a commentator. I've already addressed him. He's just, again, he's one of those snobs that would keep guys like me and Carl from playing golf 30 years ago.
Me.
Yeah, well, I would not have been stopped at the gate.
No,
they would have hated you a rake. But yes, I get what you're saying. I get it. But don't you know, I love golf, and I love golf because of Tiger, and I never would have picked up golf because I always felt like I wasn't invited. And I'm a white guy. You know what I'm saying? I mean, we've talked about this. But Brandel Chambly is that elitist, snobby, country club, khaki pant, Bama Bang wearing guy that you just want to punch in the head. But that's me. Moving on. Okay, guys, more fun stuff today. We found out that the Florida Panthers can throw a punch and the Vegas Knights can take a punch. If you didn't see it last night, Game 2, the Knights. Boy, oh boy, Matthew Tkachuk absolutely lays out. If you didn't see Jack Eichel get hit, by the way, Carl, clean hit.
No.
It's shoulder to shoulder. No, it was hockey. It's clean. Shoulder to shoulder.
I don't think he's playing that way. I think he's playing on the edge, and he's trying to be dirty to get a reaction. That's how I see these. It is technically clean, but he's trying to hurt people.
And what makes it the weirder angle, not weird, but the angle is Eichel is sorry for the Knights. He's had neck injuries. He's had neck issues.
That's my point, Mike.
So
you don't think he knows that?
Right. He gets blasted. So heaven forbid something more serious happens, but tons of game major penalties last night. So the Vegas Knights just pour it on. Next thing you know, it becomes a laugher, and now they go out to Florida, and we'll see where it goes. But it has been entertaining. Physical style, the Knights, and Carl and I said this. I know some guys on Twitter said, yeah, there's really no history with these teams. Yeah, like the Florida Panthers have been down there for 30 years. They've had some ups and downs, mostly downs. But the Knights, guys, the Vegas fans were sorry. You guys, anybody's been out to Vegas, those fans were starving for pro sports forever. And the Knights, they jumped on board. They sell out the arena. You've been there, Carl. It's electric. So those fans they're in for it, man.
No, it's great. I think, right now you've got a lot of hockey fans being snobs because there's no teams from Canada, no traditional or heritage teams playing in the NHL finals. Everybody was talking about the ratings are going to be low. This has been an entertaining series, but Vegas is just better. They're just better.
Yeah. I mean, and they're handling the physicality that Florida's throwing at them. At one point, guys, it literally looked like the movie Slapshot. There were like 6 guys left on the bench for the Florida Panthers as the third quarter ticked out. So now it moves to Florida. Bet you the Panthers win one game at home, and then Vegas finishes back in Vegas in 5. How's that sound?
Yeah, I think that's probably the case. Aiden Hill, another great night, though, Mike. He had, I think, 33 saves in Game 1, 29 in Game 2, and that's the goalie for Vegas.
Right.
I'm just telling you, they're fun to watch and they score a lot. But yeah, I just think they're trying to muck it up because, Mike, they realize we can't level up. So how do we get in the heads of these guys? And they're trying, but it's not working.
And also, guys, because you're getting shot up like a pinata, they had to pull the goalie. So now we're going to find out just how the Florida Panthers battle back, and will be Bobrovsky or will be Lyon in net. So I got problems. Anyway, there's your Guy Talk brought to you by Dukes and Bell. Hey, man, Ale.
All right, coming up, guys, we're going to get into what Drake London had to talk about on Good Morning Football. Tomorrow, Mike and I will be up at Flowery Branch. We're going to get a chance to exclusively interview Arthur Smith. He'll sit down with us for an hour. or so. And we're excited to get a chance to chop it up with him. New season, new offseason, new players, a lot to talk about. But what did Drake London say about Desmond Ridder? You'll hear it next.
It's 5 o'clock.
It's 5 o'clock on the most listened to sports talk show for your ride home.
What?
It is time for the Falcons Report.
Guns it. Caught. Touchdown Atlanta in the end zone. Caught. Touchdown. You shall not pass.
The 5 o'clock Falcons Report.
Oh, my heavens.
The 5 o'clock Falcons Report is brought to you by Jack Daniels. Make it count. Jack Daniels, please drink responsibly. And sponsored by MD Anderson Cancer Center on Dukes and Bell.
We are Dukes and Bell. We start off every day and every hour by saying, hey, man. Get some Hey Man Ale, the original OG 5% alcohol blonde ale, or the watermelon lime. You can get it at all Publix in the state of Georgia. Ask for it if your Publix doesn't have for it. And thanks to all the package stores that carry it, it's our beer. Mike, news that literally just came down about, 15 minutes ago. Jacob deGrom will undergo Tommy John.
Wow. And it's funny, not funny for him, we were talking about in the offseason, would you ever get serious about deGrom? The Rangers bit, knowing the risks involved. And so a huge contract, and now he is done for the season. Also, we'll talk more about this coming up in the bottom of the hour about the Braves. But A.J. Smith-Shawver will start either Friday or Saturday. Our Grant McCauley reporting.
Yeah, and I'm glad about this. Let these guys pitch. What are we waiting on? It's sort of like with Soroka, right? If he's ready, let him pitch.
Right.
If Shawver, he's 20 years old? 20?
Yep. 2 years removed from his senior in high school, was throwing BBs the other day in Arizona.
Let him pitch. He came out of the bullpen. He is a starter by trade, so I'm fine with it. We're going to talk with Grant about that coming up as the Braves start a series against the Mets. The Mets are struggling. They're still looking up to us. We'll get into all of that coming up. Let's talk about our Falcons, Mike, because one of the guys that we think is going to take a step forward is Drake London. And tomorrow we'll be up there for OTAs. We're going to be up there talking to Coach Arthur Smith. A couple of guys are going to stop by the show as well. Should be a great day, and we want you to be a part of it, so make sure you tune in. Coach, by the way, is going to join us in the 5 o'clock hour. So tomorrow, if you're tuning in like right now, we'll be talking to Arthur Smith about all things Falcons. Drake London, Mike, what did you think about his rookie season, by the way? What did you think?
I thought the delivery system was a no-go. I thought that Mariota and him just couldn't get on the same page. And then once you did get, let's be honest, our boy out there, Desmond Ridder, things early on an uptick. But once you could get Mariota to get the ball somewhere within that catch radius, and it's a big catch radius, Drake London showed you the ability. Now, he had 2 embarrassing fumbles, a couple of drops, but I still think you saw the brilliance. And I think if Ritter's the quarterback for more of the season, I think he maybe is the best wide receiver of that rookie class as far as production.
I agree. Should we have beat the Saints? Was it the Saints he fumbled in the game, Mike?
That's a game we'll never know. That was Ritter's first game. Tough spot to be in. Ritter gets the ball stripped after he makes contact inside the hash marks.
Yeah, that was a tough one. But leadership is going to be key. And Drake was asked about it on Good Morning Football on the NFL Network. Here's what he said.
I think I had to take the next step, I like to lead by example. And the next step is being more vocal. I got my feet wet this season. I feel like I have a grasp of what's going on. So I think I could take it to the next level.
I do too. And by the way, it's going to take more than just Ritter or, 1 or 2 guys. Listen, if you have a great football team, you've got leaders all over the football team, whether it be the defensive side, offensive side. But if you're going to be a star like we think Drake London can be, Mike, or Pitts for that matter, these guys are going to have to do their part verbally as well as showing out physically. Here is what he had to say about his quarterback. And this, again, is Drake London on Good Morning Football.
Like you're saying, his confidence, that speaks volumes in a room. He's your complete quarterback, his leadership role, he does a great job at, and he's doing a great job at it right now. And I think we're all excited just to see him out there and go out there and kill it.
Yeah, there was they gave the fans a little taste of what you may see. We talked about this on Friday up at Mercedes-Benz. Some of the play action stuff, wheel routes, running backs releasing out to the back, all the different packages you can use, multiple tight end packages, and the mismatches you may create. But, man, I know I've said it a bunch this week, but it just seems like we got some size and athleticism. We just, what it is, guys? We couldn't afford the best players. Now we've got some of the best players. It just looks that way.
Yeah, it looks different. No doubt about it. It's Dukes and Bell. It's our Falcon Report, guys. We're talking about Drake London and some of the things he had to say. What about the playoff potential? Because everybody's talking about this team. If you're sleeping on the Falcons, good. Keep sleeping. I don't mind that, Mike. I want to be under the radar. I want to look up in early November and we're like, how many games have we won?
Right.
People start paying attention to how good potentially this team's going to be. Here's what Drake London said about playoffs.
No, I think at the point we're at right now, I think that if you're not thinking about playing 20-plus games, then what are you doing, Our mentality and our goal is to just keep on playing through the postseason and make it to the big one. And I think you feel that in the locker room right now. Everybody's juiced, everybody's hyped to get to work. And I think we're all on the same path right now.
hyped and juiced to get to work. And I think, for guys like Drake London, you come off of a season where it was good. To Mike's point, it wasn't great, but you can be much better. And if the delivery system is better, then you're going to have a bigger year. And it's not as if, Art's not going to go away from him. We talked about this. How do you balance these targets between Pitts and Drake London and now Bijan Robinson? Mike, it's a good problem to have. We went from CP carrying us, right? If he didn't get a number of touches, in a game, we probably weren't going to have a shot to win the game. And now you've got all these variety of guys that you can go to.
The game where we had to throw a lot, we were coming behind, was the Rams game. That was his most targets. He had 12 targets in that game. Also, he had 12 targets in the Steelers. But then you look at Drake London. We added this guy to be a playmaker. Pitts goes out, and you're looking at 3, 1, 4, 3, 5. I mean, there got to be more targets than
there has to be.
I mean, that's crazy talk.
There has to be.
He's got to be an impact player. You draft him there, he's got to be an impact player.
I'm with you. See, this is what we're talking about with throwing the ball vertically down the field. And we'll talk to Art about this tomorrow. But we can't be checking down, right? Because now we have the safety blanket of Bijan Robinson, which is going to be great. But, Mike, if we're going to be a real player or contender, you got to throw the ball vertically. How do you do that? You got to throw it to Drake. You got to throw it to Pitts. And they both, I think, have to see more targets this season.
His best game of the year was the last game of the year. 8 targets, 6 receptions for 120. And that was the 4th game he got to play with Desmond Ridder.
Gotcha. So it got better as it went on. Last but not least, what about drafting Bijan? Here's what Drake London said about his new teammate.
He's been amazing, and this goes back to Coach Art and the guy that he brings in. He's humble, hardworking, doesn't really talk too much, but he gets the job done. And then, as you can see from his tape in Texas, I mean, he's an electric back, and we're just excited to use him in all aspects of the field.
Okay. So humble, we knew that. Works hard, we knew that. Doesn't talk a lot. Okay. I mean, Mike, that's what you get from these guys that are, I think, like I don't want to say he's Barry Sanders, but those kinds of players that they go out and play, right? And I don't think you're going to see Bijan, if he has a 3-touchdown kind of game in the NFL, and I think he has the potential to do that, he may do it multiple times. He's not going to be like pounding his chest and saying, looking at me. That's just not his nature.
Hey, one of the greatest Falcons to ever dress out never said anything. Julio Jones.
You're right.
It wasn't like Julio was going to give you the big soundbite. Julio, other than the one time with, hey, Matt, we just talked to Sanu. He said, you guys should probably have 2,000-yard seasons. Julio goes, that's his opinion. And he was just being a wise. But it's just, Julio rarely gave you the big soundbite, if we're honest. Other than, I'm out.
Oh, yeah, he did say that, didn't he? I forgot about that. With Shannon Sharp, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, I forgot about that. Yeah, I'm out.
Skip.
Shannon's out of there, too, now.
Hey, no, Shannon's flying the coop.
When's he leaving?
When's the last day?
That has not been announced, but apparently the front runner is Shady McCoy to take over.
Oh, that'll be fun.
Now, the thing is, Shady's a loose cannon. He might just reach over and punch you, and I'd pay to see that. I would pay. Now, again, Shady, quite honestly, you were never that kind of a running back. What? Say it one more time,
Say it again. Say it again.
I would watch fire. I'd get up in the morning to watch Skip Bayless choked out by Shady McCoy. Day, you with me? Who's with me? Say it again.
It's like Pinky. Say it again.
You HGH plastic surgeon looking mother.
Yeah, he is a loose cannon. But no, so Shannon, I think somebody just said Dukes, he's leaving after the NBA Finals is over.
And we talked about this briefly on Friday. When it went south, it was, they're talking about Brady. And it was a good argument, and Skip was making decent points, but be honest, Shannon was making better points. And then Skip's losing the argument. He goes, well, of course, you're jealous of Brady because he's playing at 45, and you had to walk away at 35. It's like, what?
He said that?
Yeah, and Shannon's like, and his eyes got big. I mean, it was like,
because he was like, I'm a champion.
Yeah, and it's like, first off, he's a two-time Super Bowl winner, and he's a Hall of Famer.
Yeah, he's
what I mean? It's
he's
like, and not everybody's career goes to 45. Tom Brady is the ultimate outlier. So it was a stupid comment, but that's when it got personal, and that's when the toothpaste wouldn't go back in the tube. From the way I perceived it.
Yeah. Dukes and Bell Sports Radio 92.9 The Game. Say it again. As we talk about our Falcons here, I do think that the other part of this, and I just want to mention this because we're going to get Ross Tucker on again. Ross Tucker, Mike, gave Arthur Smith that he ranked all the coaches.
Right.
And he said Arthur Smith, in his opinion, is 18th best head coach in the NFL. Well, we've won 7 games in 2 years, right? Back-to-back years, 7 and 9 seasons. I don't have a problem with Ross Tucker putting Arthur Smith here. I don't even know if Arthur Smith would have a problem with this. But I just so you guys know, he's got top 5. He's got Tomlin. He's got Sean Payton, Nick Sirianni, Bill Belichick, and Big Red.
Right.
As the top 5 coaches right now, or at least, in his rankings in the NFL. So Arthur Smith is 18. And then you had Mike McDonald, 14, Kevin O'Connell, 15, Dan Campbell, Lions, 16.
Mm-hmm.
Dan Campbell better than Arthur Smith?
Well, he's certainly given some sound bites. Yeah, just this week he said that Goff is better now in Detroit than he was with the Rams.
Yeah.
Now, whether you want to believe that or not, I mean, Goff had more talent at times around him with the Rams, and McVay's considered to be a better coach. But for what, Dan Campbell's pumping up his boy. He's better now. We're going to bite some knees, some ankles. No, I mean, but now there's...
And remember, they drafted the kid out of Tennessee.
Correct. They got Hendon Hooker,
Yeah.
but now the expectations for the Lions are up there. So how does Dan Campbell and his staff handle that? Look, we haven't done anything, so he's got his 18. We'll talk to Ross about it. I mean, we could argue that, Mike Vrabel's 13, Mike McDaniel with the Dolphins is 14. At least he's been to a playoff. So, I mean, there is something to say. And we'll ask Ross isn't being mean-spirited. He knows, too, we had no money the first 2 years that this coach was here. But now it's time to go. It's time to make something happen.
Yeah, certainly is. Hey, follow us, guys, on social media. He's Mike Bell, ATL. Say it again. I'm at Put 'em Up, see Dukes, and this radio show is Dukes and Bell 929.
I would like to see Shady McCoy kind of do like the Herman's Pee-wee's Big Adventure. Remember like the scene where he just crashes all the different TV shows and movie sets?
Oh, yeah.
And then Brandel Chambly's talking about Live Golf, and then Shady McCoy chokes him out, too.
He just makes his way to the set.
I'd like to see that.
Hey, guys, you can also watch us on Twitch and on YouTube, ATL 929 The Game, 929 The Game. Thanks to Whispers, who's running the cameras today. We're coming back. Braves conversation on the way as we'll go around the yard with Grant McCauley at 5:40. But when we come back, we got to talk about something that's going to happen over the next 3 days. And I don't want to hear any excuses. It's Dukes and Bell.
What is the greatest gift a man could receive?
Well, speak for yourself.
Well, Carl, you read my mind.
I only get that once a year.
Yeah.
I only get that once a year.
Speak for yourself.
New Year's Eve.
As we know.
That's all I get.
As we know.
Everything else is rather perfunctory.
Jimmy Garoppolo is heading to Las Vegas.
Yes.
And according to TMZ, he has received an offer from not one, but 2 members of the famous Chicken Ranch brothel.
Ooh.
For sex for life.
He doesn't need that. Guy can walk any bar in America. Women throw themselves at him. They already have in San Francisco.
Well, Caitlin Bell and Alice Little quoted that the hunk coming to Las Vegas can receive free sex for life by them at their brothel.
Okay.
If he so chooses.
Wow.
So, yeah, man, man.
So basically, he just walks in and it's on. There's no nothing. There's no payment. There's no, I need your credit card.
But again, he doesn't need any of that. He gets
Mike, let me live vicariously. Be quiet for a second. Let me live vicariously. Go ahead. So what is this? You just walk in and what happens?
He walks in and the 2 ladies will greet him separate or together.
Oh.
At the timing.
Well, now, Mike, he might not be getting that everywhere.
In place of his choosing.
I mean, I got to be honest. I watched The Cat House when it was on HBO.
Yeah.
Not a fan. You could, honestly, I think you put the work in at a bar, Carl, as opposed to the freebies you get over there.
But the 2023 version with OnlyFans and things of the like, I will say the ladies have stepped their game up.
Okay.
Because as Mike said, 20, 30 years ago, when the internet wasn't around, things weren't as available as they are today.
We don't have to go that far back. I mean, we can go back to 2003. I mean, seriously, like everybody thinks the internet has been here forever. Right. Kids, they don't know what it is to be without the internet. So, yes, you're right. What's your question? Are you asking us if we would partake?
Yeah, if you were Jimmy G, would you take that deal?
Not if I was Jimmy G. If I was Mike Bell, maybe, but as Jimmy G, no, because Jimmy G can basically walk into any bar, any casino in Las Vegas and just say, hey, I'm Jim Garoppolo. How you doing?
Do we know if Jimmy's got game like that, though?
He was dating a porn star in San Francisco.
A couple years ago, they were
so he likes porn stars. Mikey likes Chicken Ranch chicks.
He likes dirty girls.
So maybe this is his thing.
But Las Vegas is a city filled with dirty girls. You have to drive 50 miles out of the desert. I got to be honest with you. There's better options at the bar at Mandalay Bay, if we're honest.
You've got a helicopter there.
Well, these are professionals now. They might be able to provide something that he's looking for that he can't get elsewhere.
You know what, Chris? I like the way you think.
No, not Jimmy. I say no man, because he's Jimmy G. He doesn't need that. He can find it anywhere else.
I love how Mike could just turn his nose up at this offer. It's impressive.
Well, I'm not doing that. Listen, we thought that about Deshaun Watson, and look what happened.
Well, again, you could have just called an escort service and saved everybody and him a lot of money and aggravation.
You like the back rubs, Mike.
I don't know if the back.
I can't do the motion. We're on TV. Sorry, I was going to simulate the massage experience.
Whispers.
We're
Do you
on
have a
television.
dump? Whispers. Do you have a dump button back there?
Wait a minute. What are you saying? He didn't like the back rub. He liked the other rub.
Well, yeah, where he like.
But my point
A little
is,
bit lower.
he's an NFL quarterback too. This is the conversation Mike and I had. But for whatever reason, he didn't have the confidence to do whatever it is he should have been doing.
Sometimes, like, for instance, Eugene Robinson's Super Bowl Eve in Miami. Dan Reeves had the families at the hotel, which Eugene had his routine. One could argue that involved that. So he had to go take it to the streets as opposed to being able to bring it back to the hotel, which got him in all that trouble because obviously he was an undercover police officer. So some guys, again, you think the guy's got the world by the short and curlies, but he does need that gratification.
That?
Well, I thought
you have to use that?
It was apropos based on the conversation.
Short and curlies? I'm going to say yeah, man, just because. Here's the deal. At some point, he'll probably be married. He'll have beautiful children and an unbelievable family. Like Tom Brady. It took forever, right? I mean, Brady finally, and now we know where that's at. But the point is, at this point in his life, he may never have an opportunity like this. I'm going to say yeah, man.
But do you remember that video? We talked about it in Guy Talk about 3 or 4 months ago. He was sitting courtside with George Kittle at a Warriors game.
Yes.
And the entire Warriors cheerleader squad came over to specifically talk to Jimmy Garoppolo and, oh, hi, Kittle. And they moved on down.
Because he does look like a model. No, he does.
Christian McCaffrey would get like a high, but, I mean, they were locked into Jimmy G. So I just don't think – I think it's beneath him, honestly.
Christian McCaffrey's dating Olivia Culpo. I think he's just fine.
Oh, yeah, he's got one. I think dating or going to the chicken ranch is beneath him.
Yes, but again, I've never understood a friend of mine, not me personally, but if you've been to Las Vegas,
whatever,
you we'll call this guy
a friend of yours. Who's this friend?
We'll call him Tony the Mailman. But anyway, you don't need to go out to that place when you consider what you can find at any hotel on the Strip. If we're honest,
we'll call him Bike Mel.
Yeah, I love it. A friend went out there.
We'll call him Frankie.
It is a haul. That show that Mike's talking about. It's Dukes and Bell Sports Radio 92.9 The Game. Connor Riley on the way. That show Mike's talking about was on HBO for a couple of years, and it was specifically about how guys go out there, and it gave you the inside scoop on what goes on, if you didn't know. But I've never been out there like that. I've never been out there.
I've told the story. My cousin, for those you met, my cousin's a really good-looking guy, and he's always been a rock star with the ladies. Always came very easy to Tony.
So why did he go to the chicken ranch?
No. I'm referring why you don't need to, because there are many women that work the night in Vegas. But we were at a bar. Girl gives him the number. He goes, "Well, you want to hang out with us?" She goes, "No, I'm going out with my friends. You go out with your friends. I'll hook up with you later." We're in the limo. He calls her up. "Yo, Angela, Anthony, yeah, from Mandalay Bay. Yeah, I want to see you too." "What's that?" $800. I had no intention to pay. Hello? And all night, Tony's like, I got a girl waiting on me. It was a rude awakening for my cousin.
Yeah, that happens. All right, Turtle, we got to get out of here, man.
All right, shout out to the Bunny Ranch and Taxi Cab Confessions.
Wait,
12-year-old me, HBO, Friday night, baby. I was locked in.
The Bunny Ranch. I call it Chicken Ranch. Bunny Ranch.
Right.
Thank
you.
The
Chicken Ranch is the name of the one that Jimmy's got the offer
Is that the
from.
one?
Yeah.
Okay, all right, gotcha.
All right, Turtle, hit the music.
The Strong Arm Story of the Day is brought to you by John Foyd Associates Personal Injury Law.
This was never about morality. It's Dukes and Bell at Sports Radio 92.9 The Game. We're going to talk about LIV and the PGA merging. Before we do, Mets in town tonight. Mike, I just want to make this clear. Grant McCauley is going to join us here in about 20 minutes. We'll talk with him about all things that are going on with our Braves as they had a day off yesterday. But I just don't want to hear about how the Mets have had injuries and, they're sluggish and they're inconsistent. They're 5.5 games back. I don't care about any of that because, Mike, nobody cares when it's our team and we don't have Fried, we don't have Wright, we haven't all the things that we've had to deal with, right, to start the season, and here we are still in first place. So for all the Met fans out there that are making your way to Truist tonight or the next day, I don't care. I don't want to hear about, well, if it wasn't for this, we'd be there.
The NL East is over.
Yeah, we know. So we've lived this already, and we're back in a familiar place, and so are the Mets looking up at us, Mike. I just want to make that clear over the next 3 days.
Yeah, man, they've had some injuries. We got some injuries. We just lost, like you said, 34 wins from last year. 20 from Wright, 14 from Fried, plus all those quality starts. And, nobody's crying us a river right up in New York over this stuff. So we got to deal with what we got to deal with. They've been dealing with a lot of guys not hitting. Very top-heavy lineup we discussed yesterday. So, and look, Buck Showalter's overrated. He choked away another division lead last year.
He did.
Say what you want. All these guys from ESPN. On Showalter, he's a bum.
No, that was a lot there.
Again, remember last year, you talked about it. All right, don't make me do that in impression again. The Mets, even though they're losing this series, they're getting swept by the Braves. Buck Showalter's a tremendous manager. He looks at foul balls and even knows the direction of the foul balls. What does that even mean, you stupid idiot? Who is that moron from ESPN, Chris?
That would be Eduardo Perez.
Eduardo Perez. Go see a throat specialist. I can recommend one.
You can say that.
Jeez,
you can say that.
No, but you guys remember.
What was that sound you made earlier?
For those who don't remember, Carl Ravitch, Ravitch with his, his 3 toupees. That was a short hair toupee, as a chin strap. But those guys were just going over and over on the Mets while they were blowing this division, while the Braves are winning game after game.
That's 2 references you've made.
So let the national media go on Showalter, and we'll just continue to kick their butts.
I don't want to hear
Bryce Elder tonight.
Any excuses. That's all I'm saying. Hey, man, let's talk about.
I'd say the excuse machine is bone dry.
By the way, East is over. By the way, Chris, you may remember this from last year. Who was the rookie they called up? Because they were even like
the third base, the third baseman.
The ESPN guys were even doing this, the whole treatment, and the guy was 0 for 3 and he had strikeouts.
Yeah, it was Brett Beatty.
That's right. That's right.
He's an unbelievable. Look at his approach at the plate. Oh, get out of here! Shut up already. How about giving the Braves and Snicker their due? Give us back our All-Star Game, national media, and let's rock and roll, you turds. You got me fired up today, Dukes.
Because I'm tired of hearing about the Mets. Meet the Mets. I'm tired of it.
I grew up there and I hate them.
This is all we hear. So I just want to beat the snot out of them over the next 3 games, and we'll continue to have fun. But we own them right now, and this is what it is. But everybody's like, yeah, but if it wasn't for this, more with Grant McCauley coming up. All right, this wasn't about morality, even though some people wanted it to be. Some people wanted to make this out to be about a stance and standing on their soapbox mic and saying, hey, I can't believe these guys are going to take the money with the Saudis. Well, what are you guys saying today? Because the PGA has made the decision that it's in their best interest to partner and merger with LIV Golf. And if you're just joining us today, this is a huge story. It's huge news. And Mike, plain and simple, unifying the sport obviously is the best deal for everybody. But this was about money. Mike, can we just say it? This was about money. This was about ultimately money winning out. The PGA saying, okay, what is in our best interest moving forward? You saw Jay Monahan said today, this isn't about now, this is about 10 years from now. 10 years from now, when you're rolling in the money.
Same Jay Monahan that was talking about 9/11.
Correct.
And the Saudis. If you remember, guys, go back. You can look it up. Not making it up. So, look, they poised and they postured and they did all this crap early on. And now, at the end of the day, the deep pockets of the Saudis have won out. You can have a bigger global event because, again, guys, it's the old European Tour, it's LIV, and it's the PGA Tour all coming together under, as they're calling, one umbrella. A lot of details to get put together. Perhaps you'll see more Americans playing over in Europe. Perhaps you'll see more Americans playing in Pan-Asia, I guess in the Asian Tour, or what was considered the Asian Tour. Maybe you'll have some of those team events. They can turn those team events into big TV events. You know those skins games we all
Sure,
watch?
sure.
I mean, there's a lot of opportunities, but at the end of the day, their money pays as good as anybody else's. There's awful people in the world. Some countries more worse than others. And unfortunately, in this case, if you were someone who was upset about this, Carl and I said it. Good luck trying to shop in the supermarket or your favorite box store without buying something from some place where bad things are happening.
Well, everybody does business around the world. Like every major company, for whatever they say or whatever statements they might put out or whatever PR stance, everybody does business around the world, right? We live in a global economy. Right. I'd love to tell you that everything is made here in the USA and we only buy things in the USA, and if it's not from the USA, we don't do business. That's just not realistic. So when it comes to these sports leagues, everybody wanted to get on their high horse. And I said all along, listen, at the end of the day, when you get your paycheck, you don't care where it came from. All you care about is paying for the things that are necessary for you to live and your family to live the way they need to. And I think this was no different. At the end of the day, Mike, these golfers were like, hey, we're golfers. We just want to go golf. And then we got all ticked off at them taking the money. And now I just simply say, for everybody that was against these guys leaving, pick them.
Right.
What are you saying now as the PGA basically says, okay, hey, let's just be friends?
You know, it's like I love motorsports, right? And like a third of the motorsports season now happens in the Middle East. The Middle East bankrolls soccer teams all over Europe. You know, matter of fact, some of the best player in the world is going to sign for $600 million to go play in Saudi Arabia. It's now again, if you feel that that's strongly about it, that you're going to avert your eyes from the golf because it's got involvement with the Saudi. I don't know what to tell you. My only beef, Carl, is when people preach to me. You know, whether it's a Brandel Chambly or if it's Steve Kerr who wants to talk about human rights and then forget about China. Just don't be a hypocrite. That's where I come down on all this stuff. But just don't sit there and get all sanctimonious, because at the end of the day, as you said about years ago, you said, do you really care where the money in your checking account comes from? Do you really? Then who cares? Let's get on with our lives.
Yeah.
There's places in the world maybe you will avoid. You don't give them their money. Saudi Arabia is trying to become a tourist destination, improve their footprint in the world globally, and they're doing this, and I get it. I mean, but I will say this. If anything, there's people out there, there's a lot of people in America, Carl, don't know nothing about nothing, who now know that Saudi Arabia is bad. And they wouldn't have known that before the Live Golf controversy.
Well, that's true. But I would ask you this question for all you soccer fans out there. You watch a Premier League. You boycotting that? They own Newcastle, Mike. We just
Manchester City.
We just had Darren Eales in studio.
Right.
You boycotting that? So, I mean, that's where I'm at with the whole. It was a morality conversation because that's what the PGA wanted to try to make it, to get this emotional pull from everybody that went, oh, I can't believe these guys. And now you fold it and the money has won over.
Well, the funny part about this whole thing is God bless Phil Mickelson, because Phil, let's be honest, Carl, there's never a situation where he can't put his foot in his mouth. And if you guys remember all the way back, it all started with Phil in a conversation he thought was off the record saying, yeah, those Saudis are horrible people. They killed Khashoggi, civil rights violations, all terrible things. But, hey, I can take those guys and leverage more money out of the PGA Tour. And that's exactly what they did. So guys like Ricky Fowler are probably kicking themselves. Tiger Woods, he was offered $800 million. He's got one good leg. He could have stolen nearly $1 billion from the Saudis. Now, again, maybe you respect Tiger even more now because he didn't do that. Maybe you don't care.
I think, though, his situation is different than what's the guy named? Jay Varner? What's his name?
Harold Varner III, HV3.
Tiger Woods has a legacy in the PGA, Mike. If you're going to match, if I'm an upcoming golfer, I just saw this kid. He's 13. He's trying to make the U.S. Open, right? I don't even know if he's going to make it. Right. And I'm thinking if this kid does, he's going to be one of the big stories, and we'll be talking about the next big thing. And my point is, if I'm looking at being what Tiger is and trying to accomplish the things he's done, I can't play less golf, and I can't play in lesser tournaments and less holes because it doesn't mean the same. So for Tiger, it was like, look, I wanted to be Jack, and what Jack accomplished and what I've accomplished, my legacy is with the PGA, and I'm going to stay here, and I'm not going to take money just because everybody else is running to that. But he didn't have to. That's the other part of it. Some of these golfers hadn't made the kind of money. I'm telling you, guys that didn't take the money right now, there's no doubt in my mind, Mike, a bunch of those guys are upset today because basically you're PO'd that you could have took the money, and a year later you're back in the PGA in the tour.
Dustin Johnson, Bryson DeChambeau, who's able to get back on the leaderboard. Remember, there was some concerns with him physically, like he won't get back to being the same guy. Kind of the same mindset for Brooks Koepka. Koepka, you saw it on Netflix. He lost all his confidence because of the injuries. He looked like a broken dude. Comes back, nearly wins the Masters, wins the PGA, and he makes $100 million. DeChambeau made $100 million, Dustin Johnson made $100 million, and Phil made $200 million. And the guys, like I said, if you're Ricky Fowler, you're never going to win anything ever again. Your career is what it is. Fowler's got to be kicking himself, Carl.
He has to.
And how does Rory McIlroy feel? Because Rory goes out and he's like the poster boy for the PGA, and then Monahan and these guys pull this end around. And a lot of golfers, we talked about it in Guy Talk, nobody saw this coming. Guys on tour got blindsided.
Is it great for golf fans? Yes. But
better for us going to tour championship.
Oh, it's great. I get to see everybody. I want to see all the best. I'm happy about that. But I am just a little bit skeptical about how hypocritical some of the guys have been when it comes to the things that have been said. When it comes to we'll never say never. I never do this in sport. It's sports. Right. Never say never. Oh, they'll never merge. They'll never. Okay. It's Dukes and Bell at Sports Radio 92.9 The Game.
It's kind of like those guys who remember the baseball strike in 94? That's it. I'm done. I'm going to go watch the Savannah Bananas.
I'm never going to watch baseball again.
Knock yourself out.
Hey, man, we're going to go around the yard with Grant McCauley. What's the latest with our pitching situation for this particular series? We'll get an update on the injuries and everything as we get ready to take on the Mets. By the way, it's raining at Truist Park.
Hail.
Yeah. I just saw the pictures, so I don't know if there's weather in store or not, but just make note of it if you're heading over to the park tonight.
I still haven't got the dents out of my car from the last hailstorm.
Sports Radio 92.9 The Game.
It's like a golf ball.
2021 World Series champion Atlanta Braves. On Dukes and Bell, Sports Radio 92.9, The Game.
Who's ready to play the Mets? It's Dukes and Bell. Lineup's out, by the way. Acuna for life. He's leading off. He's playing so well right now. We're going to talk about that as well with Grant McCauley, who joins us on the waitforward.com hotline. Grant, before we get into some of the things that are going on with the Braves, what's the weather situation over there at Truist right now?
Well, we had a pretty nasty little storm that just kind of flew over, dropped a lot of rain here, but seems to be drying out now, and I think we're going to be good to go at 7:20. Haven't heard any indication otherwise, and that is always a good thing when we start on time.
Nice. I know that we've talked so much about the youth movement with the Braves. Now we find out that the latest Brave is going to get a start. When's that going to happen?
Well, it should be happening Friday or Saturday, according to Brian Snitker, and that will, of course, be A.J. Smith-Shawver, who made his major league debut in the Braves' exciting win over Arizona on Sunday. He tossed 2 1/3 innings of hitless ball, 1 walk, 3 strikeouts, looked like he was in complete command. Talked to a couple of different Braves pitchers in particular about their debut and how they were feeling, and obviously got to hear from A.J. Smith-Shawver as well, but I think it was Kyle Wright that said he just looked like he had no fear. And when you've got that going for you, you can have success. So I think getting the opportunity to start is something that's well-earned with what he's shown thus far this year. And as we know, and I'm sure we'll talk about with the Michael Soroka situation, they want to go with a pitcher they believe will give them the best chance to win on that day. Long-term, I don't think that changes the prognosis of giving Soroka more opportunities, but what they saw early on here with these first couple of starts didn't lead them to feel like they wanted to go that route again. And A.J. Smith-Shawver certainly opened some eyes this season and pitched great against a very tough Arizona lineup.
Grant, what's your opinions on Soroka and the move to send him back to Gwinnett? 5 runs, all with 2 outs. 7 hits, 3 2/3 innings. It was a game the Braves were able to win because of the bullpen and obviously Eddie with the grand slam.
Right.
But what do you make of this move by the Braves? Because some people are like, okay, how long is he going to be down there? Can he really help us? There's some skepticism now.
Yeah, I was a little surprised that it was just the 2 starts. I mean, one of the things when you look at and start to analyze, like, well, what went wrong in that start, you brought up a good one. Runs with 2 outs. That's a bit of a problem. You want to be able to tamp those down and not have that be an issue. But for Soroka, I think there were a lot of non-competitive pitches, and unfortunately, not a lot of swing and miss. Arizona, only 2 swings and misses in that start. So that is usually an indication that they are picking up the ball pretty well, or either you're missing a lot, and when you are getting it over the plate, they're not missing. So the 7 hits, obviously that tells you that they were seeing it pretty good, and the walks were a problem for Soroka as well. I just kind of looked at, when he came up, the opportunity to give him the start against Oakland, and I felt like outside of a little bit of trouble and the one changeup I know he'd like to have back, he looked all right. And then we can, of course, say that's the Oakland Athletics, so you should look all right against them. Then you look at this Arizona start. It was a much tougher lineup, but I kind of thought the third one would really be the time to take from the first 2 and maybe make some adjustments and start to dial some things in. But Brian Snitker was talking about it and said, look, Alex communicated to Michael that, where we needed him to be, and he agreed. And so going back down to Gwinnett, just the work will continue, and I think we'll see him again. But obviously this was kind of a litmus test to where are you right now? We needed help in the starting rotation. They felt like he could. They were able to win one of those 2 starts. That's a positive. Eddie Rosario was a big reason why, but I wouldn't start ruling out Soroka or making rash decisions or judgments just based on these 2 starts. The velocity was there. The pitch mix is there. He's just got to get some refinement. And after nearly 3 years of not pitching in Major League Baseball, I think we knew there were going to be some challenges that came up along the way.
It is Grant McCauley, guys, best baseball man in town. And as you've said with your conversations with Mike, it's not like he's mentally struggling with this. He said all the right things. Said, look, I haven't been good enough. I got to go back and work on it. Meanwhile, you brought this up on Twitter earlier today. We made a trade with the Rays because I know we don't have a lot of money. Check that. We've got money, but we don't have the resources right now. And it's too early for a big trade, but we're making minor moves, and this is one of them. Who's this Heller guy?
Yeah, the pitcher that they picked up today, I feel like it's just one of those that we're not going to see him immediately. They already optioned him down to AAA Gwinnett, so this isn't really a big change in the bullpen. The real move to help out with the bullpen in this series is Roddery Munoz coming up from AAA Gwinnett. So just kind of some adds and subtractions. They also picked up, I believe, Luke Williams, an infielder who played with the Marlins last year. He was cut loose by the Dodgers. They cut Nick Solak, or designated him for assignment. And Lucas Litke also cleared waivers, which is not altogether surprising considering he was injured and ineffective. So he's going to be down in AAA Gwinnett today. So it's just a lot of little moves, but nothing that really, I think, moves the needle beyond the organizational depth that Alex Anthopoulos is always going to be out there looking for.
We're talking with Grant McCauley. Grant, you know how I feel about Ronald Acuna, but the numbers are just screaming he's the best player right now, and I want to get your take on this. 971 OPS, that's third in the league. 10 home runs have traveled over 420 feet. He's got 12 home runs, 26 stolen bases. Guys, the only player in Major League history to ever have hit 35 home runs and steal 50 bases was Eric Davis. Grant, that happened in
1987.
1987. Wow. He's on pace to do that. And I just put that out there to say this is how well Ronald Acuna is playing right now. Runners in scoring position on this team, nobody's hitting the ball better. 333, 990 OPS. He leads the team with runners in scoring position. Grant, we're watching something pretty special.
Yeah, and for the crowd that may be wondering, is Acuna hustling all the time? He also is tied for the Major League lead with infield hits. So he's doing a little bit of everything. We've seen him show off the arm. Obviously, he's first in the National League in stolen bases. That's a big deal. And he's on pace for a 30-70 season. That has never happened. Eric Davis got close in 1986 because he hit 27 homers and stole 80 bases. Then he followed that up with that little 37 and 50 routine in 87. Eric Davis, I don't want to waste our whole time here talking about him, but what an incredible talent to do those kinds of things. And the only other guy that did 30 homers and 50 steals in a season is Barry Bonds. So Ronald Acuna Jr. has moved into a stratosphere with some players and some seasons and some numbers that you don't see too terribly often. So easily the front runner for National League MVP right now. I had Anthony Castrovent of MLB.com on my show on From the Diamond on Sunday, and I just asked him, I mean, you're watching all of these teams. We need to have a conversation about where Ronald Acuna Jr. ranks amongst all of MLB's elite players, because he is making that case again this year. He's reminding people how good he is. So when you start talking about who's the best player in baseball, a lot of people are going to say Shohei Ohtani, and I understand why, because he's doing things that we may never see again in our lifetime. But when you start talking about best all-around offensive player, at the very least, Ronald Acuna Jr. has got to be at the top of that list for me. There's just really, he doesn't have a lot of peers right now, and he may not have even really truly gotten the home run stroke going yet. That should also scare people.
What should we expect from Matt Olson as far as, I know we got OPS, he's at 879, but it seems like the average is a little bit low right now. And I'll do the obligatory, you can double down on two questions. And Michael Harris, 2 for 19 on the road trip.
Yeah. Well, I think with Olson, the big thing is, and I talked to him at length before the Braves headed out on that road trip, and he said, look, the strikeouts are obviously piling up. I'm well aware of that. It's not what the outcome that anybody wants. And then talking to Kevin Seitzer, he said Matt's biggest deal is he's missing some pitches early in at-bats, fouling them off, just not getting his pitch to drive and doing something with it. And then he's just kind of getting pitched through and pitched beyond and not having the second opportunity. So not missing your pitch. That may sound really rudimentary, but that seems to be kind of the crux of what has happened to Matt over the past probably 3 to 4 weeks. But I thought there were some signs here and there that he's got the track record of being a guy that's going to take his walks as well. So he does find his way on base, but he wants to cut down on those strikeouts. For Harris, I feel like there were some serious signs on this road trip that, whether it was the 4 hard hit balls he had on, I believe it was Saturday night, and 1 hit to show for it, or the fact that, hey, he took the walk that sparked the rally for the Eddie Rosario Grand Slam that helped the Braves win that baseball game. So I feel like there's a lot of different things that are kind of coming together for him, but you want to start seeing the hits piling up. But the hard hit balls are for sure, and he's starting to use all fields, and that, I think, was a key to getting Michael Harris going.
Pitching matchup, everybody's looking forward to the one on Thursday, obviously Strider, Verlander. That's going to be great. But what do you make of how this rotation sets up for us? I think it sets up really well.
Yeah, I think it does as well. I mean, Bryce Elder has been such a revelation and such a necessary guy in this rotation to stabilize things when you lose 2 of your best pitchers. And you already had questions in the back of the back of the rotation anyway. Bryce Elder has been the answer a lot this year, and I think he's going to be counted on to do it again. Clearly, you want Charlie Morton to just step in and do the Charlie Morton thing and get you into the 6th or 7th inning with a chance to win a baseball game like he did in Arizona. But you got to get the offense going, and the Mets are obviously running out their best pitchers as well. So it's going to be interesting to see these 2 teams match up, because the Mets are kind of in the position that the Braves were a year ago. They're not in first place. They're the ones doing the chasing. They've had a lot of trouble getting to and staying at or above 500. They've had some injuries. They've had some inconsistency. But have they played their best baseball yet this year with 103 games left to go? I would tend to think that maybe they have not. So every one of these games is going to be important because you only get to 13 head-to-head matchups this year. It isn't play these guys 7 or 8 times in September to figure things out because you've got 19 matchups. So that, I think, is a factor that we need to think about as well.
I know we've talked about some of the guys that are struggling from time to time, but it just seems like the Braves 1 through 9, the Mets just seem very top-heavy, and if they don't get production and they don't score runs at the top, it's like kind of just flipping over the lineup.
Yeah, and it's kind of felt like for a lot this year, it's been Pete Alonso and not a lot else from a consistency standpoint. Francisco Lindor looked good in April. Now obviously the numbers have been, in a nosedive over the past 5 or 6 weeks. That's a guy that they need more from. I mean, clearly you make the big trade, you bring him over, you sign him to a $300 million deal to be, one of, if not the face of your franchise. He has not been able to live up to that, I think, that expectation, offensively speaking. I was thinking about this when the series started, just kind of walking into the ballpark today, just, thinking about Braves and Mets. And, Lindor is a guy that if you asked me 4 or 5 years ago, you said, okay, Mike Trout's not available. Who would you start your team with? I might have answered Francisco Lindor not that long ago because I felt like he was one of the young budding stars of baseball, but he just really hasn't been able to put it all up. They've had injuries. They've had some offensive struggles as well. It'll be, the onus is on them to figure it out because obviously they spent an awful lot of money on this team over the offseason to come back and do something close to what they did last year. And thus far, through the first 60 or so games, they have not been able to meet that goal.
Grant, great job as always. Beat the Mets. Beat the Mets. We'll see what happens with this series as it gets underway tonight over at Truist. We'll talk to you tomorrow, my friend.
Sounds great. Thank you.
Coming up. Why did our superstar scrub his social media? It's driving us crazy, and people are telling us, here's the reason why, Dukes and Bell. We're going to talk about it with you next on Sports Radio 92.9 The Game.
2:15 in the afternoon. I'm like, what
It's
is
hailing?
this crap?
Hailing?
And I'm
Wait,
immediately
time out. Hold on. What was it doing?
It was hailing.
Hailing. It was hail, not hell. I mean, it might have felt like hell, but it's hail.
I'm sorry, I just said hell.
Hail.
Like,
It's
like
you,
ice.
like you
Ice
hailing.
falling
Yes,
from the sky.
like you hail a cab. It's called hail.
That is a throwback moment.
I forgot about that one.
From Dukes and Bell.
It sounded like hell to me.
That is Bo. You're right. You're correct. That is Bo was explaining something about it. I think it was a roof repair, wasn't it? If I remember correctly. And I called him an idiot for getting up on the roof and trying to fix this thing himself. But he was talking about it's hailing outside. It was hail outside here.
Oh, he had some hail up there at Truist Park today. So there's some hail. Saw some photos earlier. It looked like I was looking at the weather radar. It looks like the green slimy ghost from Ghostbusters is kind of bouncing all over Metro Atlanta. But it looks like it's not going to cause much delays for the game.
All right, well, that's good news. If you're just joining us, PGA and LIV merging today. Huge news in the world of golf. As now it's going to have a new face, new name. It's going to be a different look, but we're getting all the great golfers at the same events, and I think that's going to be great for golf. Also, if you missed Bobby Hebert talking about the Saints in our division, we've gone around the country trying to talk to each and every city that we're going to end up playing on our schedule. We're talking about the Falcons. Tomorrow, OTAs. Mike and I will be up there for the show at Flowery Branch, and we're going to talk with Coach Arthur Smith tomorrow on the show as well. But Bobby Hebert stopped by, and wait till you hear his prediction about the Saints and where they're at. We asked him about Derek Carr and all the things that are going on with Dennis Allen, their head coach, and more. That's on the way in about 20 minutes. Mike, Trae Young scrubbed all of his Atlanta Hawks photos from his Instagram page. And we started the show today, and ironically, I'm wearing my Trae shirt. This is from the playoffs. And somebody had asked me, did you wear that today, you know, with what's going on? And I said, no, actually, I just went to my T-shirts, and I was like, oh, let me wear this because I had only worn it one time, which was the playoff game. Why does this happen? What's going on? And why is our superstar scrubbing his media, specifically when it's Hawks related? All the things we've heard, okay, and I'm not going to jump the gun. I'm not giving you anything here because I don't want to say, oh, Trae wants out and all that. That's crazy. But it does make us wonder because we've seen other stars do this, and whether it was for contract reasons or they wanted out. But a lot of people are just saying he mentioned this on his podcast that he was going to scrub his Insta, and he did so as much. But, Mike, it makes you wonder as a fan, why is our star doing this?
Yeah, and again, before you start saying, first off, I had nothing to do with this. I want it on the record. I had nothing to do with this whatsoever. There's nothing to do with me. No, but Deebo Samuel did it last year. Kyler Murray did it before this season. We've seen other players in other sports, NBA guys have done it. And because this is now how guys kind of send a message in some cases, you do have to a degree, pay attention to it because it may mean something. Unless, let's just hope, it's signaling, I want you to check out my podcast. Let's hope that's all it is. His podcast.
Yeah, no, listen.
I mean, I don't know.
I hope that is what it is as well. Chris mentioned that when we started the show today, saying, hey, how do I bring more attention to what I'm doing right now? And if I want you to come check out what I have to say, this is a great way to do it because guess what? You've got a lot of folks right now in Atlanta going, all right, Trae, what's this mean? So, yeah, I'm going to check out the next episode to hear if he's going to address this or not.
Because the perception, at least from the end of the season, what he said on his podcast, he is having a really good vibe with Quinn Snyder. Quinn Snyder seems to get him. Now, earlier when we talked about this, we mentioned this earlier in the show, a couple of guys hit us up on the text line. They said, well, what if Snyder doesn't want Trae? And we never really approached it from that angle because we just assumed that it's all kumbaya. They're going to maximize the talent. But I would say that's a 1 in 100 possibility that Quinn would ever think something like that. But Quinn is involved in the personnel decisions, as we know.
Yeah, he is. I don't know, Mike, if he really got a field. I'm talking about as an individual. Like you're practicing, but we said there's limited practices. He was here for 25 games or whatever it was. Outside of knowing what you can do on the floor and what you've shown me in those games, do I really know like the guys that I want to keep from just on a personal level? Like this is a guy that I think I can work with and we can be great together. I don't know if he knows all of that, but I don't know if he wants him or not. I think Trae wants Quinn. I think Quinn knows he came here and took a job, that he has a superstar and a guy that gives you 28 and 10 on every night. You don't give up on that. So I think that is going to work. I just find it interesting that, you know, the silence of today's stars where, hey, I'm just going to scrub my Instagram. And then you got everybody out here wondering what the hell's going on. Where he could easily come out and say, hey, let's start anew. I'm working out this summer. I'm going to put fresh stuff up on my Insta, and I'm going to let all the old stuff be gone. Okay, great. Then we can all relax. But we don't ever get that.
Chris, how do you even do that, by the way? How do you just delete everything?
You have
off
to
your
go
account?
one by one, which is
Well, he
a
ain't doing
cumbersome process if you have.
Yeah, I was going to say
doing
that. So he's got an assistant or somebody
Of course.
doing that for him. You literally have to go every individual comment and delete them.
So right now,
a lot of work.
he has 11.
That's very labor intensive, if I'm honest.
He has 11 posts up right now, and none of them have any relation to anything either Atlanta, Hawks, or Hawks paraphernalia.
Should we be worried about this?
Carl, I'm very worried about this.
We shouldn't be worried about this.
Well, I mean, but this is how it starts. And we've documented this is how it's in other scenarios, other sports, other athletes, but this is how it starts. You start with this. And I don't understand why you would do that. Because again, I mean, your assistant's got to do it, but it's a real pain in the butt for them to have to go through hours of your social media to do it.
Yeah, I mean,
and what's the end game? What's the end game?
Well, the end game is not this situation, but if you, Chris, if you broke up with your girl, you would do this, right? In today's digital media age, you would do this. It signifies a bunch of different things, right? 1, I'm single again. 2, we're not together. 3, I'm not thinking about you. I mean, you could go down the list of all these things. From a digital standpoint, as your friends and onlookers and people are on your social media and they're going, oh, yeah, now that's how you find out people are not together. With these teams, Mike, it signifies usually the end game is, I want something.
So let's just hope he's trying to draw attention to his podcast because this team, 2 ways we get better this year. Big trade involving DeJounte Murray or Trey. That's about it. Because you could say you could trade John Collins, you could say you could trade DeAndre Hunter, but the only way you get the big moves, you got to move on from one of the 2 point guards. And I don't think they're moving on from Trey. And I think that Quinn wants to work with Trey. I mean, I presume that, are we assuming from the wrong presumption here that Quinn is down with Trey, right?
No, listen, I think, Mike, that they want to work together. I just think this is more him trying, this is my personal opinion. I think Chris is right, trying to bring more attention to his podcast. Here's the thing, though. We listened to the first episode. We played sound bites from the first episode. Right. And I want to hear what I wanted to hear Trey say. You can say all you want, right? This isn't me interviewing Trey. This isn't Mike interviewing Trey. This is Trey with his own microphone. Right. And what I was hoping he'd say is, let me tell you what really happened with Nate.
Yeah, it was kind of just bare bones. It was perfunctory.
Let me tell you how I really feel about John Collins. Mike, that's...
Yeah, I mean, you got to give me some content.
That's what I thought he was going to give us.
Yeah. It was, dare I say, it was...
What do you say?
It was rather inauspicious. Okay. It was, there was nothing dramatic.
So that's where we were at. We played some of this on Friday, and again, maybe he's warming up, Mike. This is another way to say, hey, come check me out.
This week's podcast, I drop bombs.
Yes. So we'll see, but I'm not worried about him wanting something, guys. He's got a max deal.
But when I go on a podcast, I want some secret sauce. I want some behind the curtain. I don't want him to sit there and go, I like creamsicles.
Well, he could tell me that as long as he told me what happened with LP.
By the way, I like a good creamsicle.
I mean, seriously.
He's got new shoes that look like creamsicles.
Oh, they do. I like the shoes, though. Those are tight. All right, what do you guys think? 404-726-0929.
Well, let's pick up from Day-Day. Day-Day, you got the vibe of the street. What is the street saying about this?
I posted something about it on my Facebook this morning, and mixed reviews, as they would say. Some people, are reading into it normally, as we have had to over the years, like you guys pointed out to, that when these athletes start doing this is a sign of them trying to make some type of point. And so for some people, that point is if he's trying to say he wants to leave, they're like, okay, just say that you want to leave. Other people are like, some people feel like if he's mad at Atlanta, that he has a right to be mad at Atlanta.
I didn't do it.
What mad about what, Day-Day?
The criticisms. Like, let's just be real. The criticisms. And my reply to one person that said that was like, dude's got to get some tough skin.
Yeah.
Like, you can't be like, this is Atlanta. Thank God you're not in
Chicago,
Boston, Chicago.
Philly.
Like, come on. Like, you're going to have to get some tough skin. People are going to say what they want to say. Just go out there and perform.
Just win. Just win.
Yeah.
Like, honestly, and if he was sitting right here next to me, and I hope he does in a few months, just win. Like, winning takes care of all of that, right? And I'm not saying he's not trying to do that, but you can't be so consumed with what the public or people are saying about you that it affects what you're doing. He had the worst three-point shooting percentage since he's been here in Atlanta this season. That's not us making that up.
Right.
Like, if we can't talk about the facts, then, I don't know what we're talking about. It's not as if somebody said, well, Trae Young sucks. You don't suck. You're one of the best players in the league.
Right.
But for us to not acknowledge that your three-point shooting was down, We're not being fair about the situation, right?
Or the dynamic that we thought you were going to get when you signed off on DeJounte Murray coming here that never evolved.
Yeah.
It never evolved. Two ball-dominant guards who never really got figured out.
If you think about it this way, like, let's pretend you're somebody in the media world that got thrown some Trae Young threes their way, and they're like, oh, I like this shoe. But they have no idea who Trae Young is. They're an actor in Hollywood who's never watched a basketball game in their life. Like, oh, I like this guy, I like his shoe. I'm going to go follow him on Instagram.
Mm-hmm.
You would have no idea if he played for the Atlanta Hawks or
Yeah.
the Seattle Supersonics,
Well,
based on
fair.
his page right now.
That's interesting. Good way to put it. I'm concerned. My level of concern was about a 2. It's up to about a 5 now after this segment.
My next negotiation, I'm scrubbing my social media, just so y'all know.
But who's going to do it?
I'm just telling you.
Who's going to scrub it for you?
I'm one of my people on my team. I'm scrubbing it. Next time I'm in the negotiations,
who on team-
y'all will know.
Who on Team Duke's draws the short straw on that one?
Whispers, you got a
will know.
homework assignment.
I got social media people, Mike, just because you don't know about it.
I'm just
telling you. Y'all going to be like, Dukes don't have anything on his social media about 92.9 The Game. What's going on? Is he leaving?
What up with that? Hey, man, if you missed it earlier, we did hit the headlines, hit a lot today about Live Golf. Really not much more to say other than all the PGA Tour golfers were completely blindsided by this, including the ones who were outspoken, lobbying for the PGA Tour to never, ever do business with Live Golf. Live golfers laughing all the way to the bank. The memes are flying. All the billions of dollars. It was just under $1 billion that was handed out by the Saudis to get these guys to Live Golf.
They got it. I mean, listen, nobody's complaining. I haven't seen one Saudi come out and say, we overpaid. Not one. Right. So whatever happened has happened. I want to hear Rory. I want to hear from Rory. Why? Because here's the deal, Mike.
I've got nothing to say.
Jay Monahan, I don't know what was going on behind the scenes, but Rory was the face of the PGA over this last year to say, this is wrong, and these guys leaving, and I'm all about the PGA. And he's sitting there defending it and beating this drum. And then the day this happens, he sees all of his friends go get all this money and then come back and still be able to play in the same tournaments he's playing in, and you've been the face out there saying, this is wrong, we should be doing this. What does he think now?
Yeah, a lot of guys are saying that John Rahm is going to be super ticked off about this. He's been radio silent.
He should be.
Because Colin Morikawa, a two-time major champion, says, hey, it's nice to read and learn something on the news on Twitter about your job. So a lot of guys are really out of the loop on this one. And all it means at the end of the day, if you don't give a crap about geopolitics or money or sports washing or whatever, is we're going to get the best golf competition like it was just 2 years ago. Everybody back. Everybody for all your favorite events, whether it's something here locally like the Tour Championship. That's all that matters to me.
Jonathan Walker says, man, honestly, I don't care if he scrubbed his social media. Nobody has time to read minds. I wouldn't even entertain this. It is what it is.
Well, what is it?
I don't know. Jonathan, I have no idea.
It's a riddle wrapped in an enigma.
I have no idea.
Trey's got to come on the show and clear the air.
Yeah. Can't wait to scrub mine. All right, coming up, we are going to talk to a guy that knows about the New Orleans Saints. He knows about the Falcons as well. Bobby Hebert stopped by the show earlier today. We've been going around the league and talking to folks about the teams and where they're at after the draft and free agency, and now we're in the OTAs. We'll be in the mandatory minicamp. What does he think about what the Saints are going to do this year? Wait till you hear what he has to say. Hey, coming up, also, we will get to the last call. This hour is brought to you by Northside Hospital. For a healthier future together, look to Northside Hospital. It's Dukes and Bell on Sports Radio 92.9 The Game and Odyssey.com. NBA Bear, we appreciate you stopping by as always. It's good to have you on. The real question for us is how much better are the Saints going to be with the moves that they've made? What's the word down there in New Orleans?
Well, the word in New Orleans, and this is not an opinion to the Who Dat Nation, it might be the easiest schedule in franchise history. Now, I know that's on paper. They're like double digits. We should win 11 or 12 games. They're that optimistic, and if we don't, they're saying everybody got to be fired. They got a clean house. But, no, that's where the expectations are at. Seems like the stars are aligned now. Dealing with injuries, that's a different thing. But, I mean, I don't know, just looking at the strength of schedule, 12 out of the 17 games are in the dome. As a quarterback, a kicker, a punter, you always welcome that. So weather's not even going to be a factor, even though they beat Cleveland when it was freezing in Cleveland. But the only game like in December is like in Tampa. So, Mike, I think the weather's going to be nice in Tampa in December. Now, it could rain, but you're not worried about any storms. So, no, look, their opponents combined. The Falcons are dealing with the same thing. The NFC South, I think the Falcons are going to be right there. Now, I'd have to ask y'all, to me, can you count on Desmond Ridder? A lot of pressure, very similar to a Tua with the Miami Dolphins. What is Desmond Ridder going to do? Are you going to go with Taylor Heineke? I think that's kind of almost like an Andy Dalton insurance policy, but you just look at right now the Saints, the combined winning percentage of their opponents is .427. That's the worst of any team in the league. And I truly believe, I think we have an edge at quarterback with Derek Carr. I'm not saying he's top 5. I think he's probably somewhere between 10 and 12 in that range. Now, you got to take advantage when you're playing rookie quarterbacks. And the experienced ones, when you look at it, Ryan Tannehill, Kirk Cousins, they lost to the Vikings, double doink kick. And I look at Jerry Goff, where Matthew Stafford's going to be at. Probably up-and-coming Trevor Lawrence. But they avoid, the elite quarterbacks when you look at it. And I think the bye week's coming at a right time, week 11, not in December. And I was telling the fans, because you always look at this, I'm sure, when y'all break down the schedule, well, what is the meat of the schedule? I says there's no meat. There's nothing to, like, for instance, in the month of October, okay, they play the Texans, they play the Jaguars and the Colts. Those teams are combined 19-47-1. That's why I'm telling you, I don't know if they want me to say this, but I'm with the fans. Yeah, you got if y'all don't win, everybody has to go. You got to make changes, but no, there's no reason why. For instance, look at the Saints. What I was reading where what Vegas odds me is the only division team. When you look at the over and under. That was, better Atlanta. I want to say they were like 8, Carolina 7.5, Tampa Bay 6.5. But 8 NFC teams are projected to have losing records this season. Right. And no, I'll tell you, if the Saints don't win, there's going to be the guillotines coming out in the French Quarter.
Well, 2 things, Bobby, because we look at our schedule. Carl and I said the same thing. If you believe that Detroit is on the come, we got Detroit and Jacksonville. And we got a couple of games like we play the Saints in November out of the bye week. We get you guys out of the bye. We get each other out of the bye. And then we play the Jets. Right. But we only have like 2 games. So you say those are 2 back-to-backs where you struggle. The question is Derek Carr going to hit the ground running? Because, to me, Derek Carr, it's like, as a guy that watched the Raiders, and I bet the Raiders, Carl knows this a lot, he just seems like he's just a dude. He's not the dude. Personal. Yes, personal. It is very personal. Is he going to be a dude with you guys? Because the wide receivers, man, if Michael Thomas can get his head out of his tuchus with Chris Olave, and Kamara doesn't go to the Hooskow, you got yourself a pretty good offense.
Yeah, and the one thing with Derek Carr, he just seems like a good dude. He seems like a winner. The Raiders' defense has been so bad. He really had no help in that direction. But the one thing, a lot like Andy Dalton, can't win in prime time. But Derek Carr, I thought this was interesting. He can't win in cold weather, but they don't play any cold weather games. He's 0-7 in games played outdoors when it's 37 degrees or below. Wow. I was like, we don't have to worry about that. You didn't have to deal with the cold weather. But no, I even have like the Saints being a 11-6 type team and going 4-2 in the NFC South. I got them splitting with Atlanta, splitting with Carolina. Now you got to sweep Tampa Bay, and then still have a double-digit winning type season. And I'm sure Atlanta has to be confident the changes they've made. I told you about the people that I'm familiar with. I was with the Saints, with the Falcons. I think like Ryan Nielsen is going to do an outstanding job. Now, I think Fontenot knows what he's doing, but obviously you got to turn the table and you have to win. And look, I was a big with DJ Robinson. I was a big guy on like the Falcons taking the running back because that's going to be a key. Can the Saints stop the run? Because I still think that I'm not saying, can he stay healthy? But like a Saquon Barkley, you look at him when he was when he was well, but can he be well? But you bring up Michael Thomas, and he was out there today at OTA. We finally had a sighting of Mike Thomas. He was running the back end of the routes. I know Derek Carr wants him there, and he needs to be there. I mean, he's already made millions of dollars. Why are you not here supporting your team? You should be here every day because once you finish football, you can go but be a loner. I mean, he needs to take more the Camp Jordan approach and be here even though it's voluntary. You look to Mario Davis. That's what you need in Michael Thomas, and he showed up today. And I called him out on the radio. I said he needs to be here. Now they all joke with me. Oh, Avery, he must have heard you. But no, Michael Thomas, come on, dude. The Saints have paid you handsomely. Now you need to be available. You're offensive NFL, player of the year, and not be so standoffish and be more a guy that the young guys could count on. I know Chris Olave is looking up to him, and so hopefully Michael Thomas could stay healthy. Y'all seen him that first game against the Falcons. Those back shoulder throws. I mean, he makes those contested catches very similar to old school with Marcus Colston and Drew Brees. And that's what, like, Chris Olave, Rashid Shaheed's really come on. That's what they didn't have, where in the red zone to move the chains on third down. And the Saints fans hopefully think that Michael Thomas will be the answer for that.
Dennis Allen get a bad rap? I mean, listen, he's following Sean Payton. We know how damn good Sean Payton was as we talked to Bobby Hebert about the Saints and what this division may look like for them. But how do you look at him, Bobby? I mean, is he a really good coach? Is it roster? Because it seemed like Sean was able to make miracles out of even when the roster wasn't good.
Well, I mean, you got to win. If you don't win, they get rid of you. I mean, that's just what happens. But I know he knows defense. But that doesn't mean you could be an outstanding defensive coordinator. Even though he's the head coach, it's still his baby, the defense. That, you could be a great defensive coordinator, but that doesn't mean you're a great head coach. I think South Standing's going to do a great job with the Dolphins. Vic Fangio. Vic Fangio was the old Dawn Patrol with Ricky Jackson and Pat Swilling, coaching those baggers. So I know he knows what he's doing. Wade Phillips, outstanding defensive coordinator. So I think the jury's still out as far as a head coach. But as far as the defensive coordinator, no, he knows. The Saints have the ability to be a top 10 defense, if not top 5. They got to get better stopping the run. They had number 2 overall pass defense. But do you know last year I thought this is embarrassing because Saints fans, you could throw a touchdown pass to get excited, but they love it when you take it away like a pick six or scoop and score, just get an interception or fumble. The Saints had the worst in their franchise history. And they've had some bad football here, going back. The worst amount of takeaways ever. Well, that like 14. Well, that can't continue. That's the difference of whether, you're 7-10 or 10-7 type team. So Dennis Allen's charge of the defense, and when the offense is not producing how the fans want, you get spoiled with Drew Brees and all that. Dennis Allen's not running though. He don't know. That has nothing to do with the offense. I say if the defense succeeds, that's his baby. If the offense doesn't succeed, he has nothing to do with that. But he's going to be held accountable because he's the head coach. But it's all on Pete Carmichael, and I think Derek Carr will make Pete Carmichael a better coach. I think he's more cerebral than Jameis Winston, and more talented than Andy Dalton. I think Andy Dalton is good enough, but he won't lose the game, but he won't necessarily win a game. That's why Carolina brought him on board just for stability. But I think Derek Carr might be that difference maker, and I tell fans, it's like Super Bowl or bust. I said, whoa, I didn't say go that far. I'm not saying we're on the level with the Eagles or the 49ers. You look at their roster, but we're right there. The NFC is wide open, and you can't go 3 straight seasons without going to the postseason. And so I'm telling you, there's going to be a lot of pressure on Dennis Allen this upcoming season for them to produce because it's always what I've done for me lately. And it's been a while because I really thought under Drew Brees and Sean Payton that they should have went to 3 Super Bowls. And, 2011, I thought they even better than 2009 when they became the new greatest show on turf. And then the NOLA no call. We know about that. I'm like, you got to be freaking kidding me. This isn't a regular season game. This is to go to the Super Bowl. I put it this way. The Saints would have scored more than 3 points against the Patriots. It wouldn't have been no 13-3 Super Bowl. So that's missed opportunities. That's water under the bridge. But it's been a while since they got there. And the same thing with Falcons fans. Once you get to the Super Bowl, but you got to win it. It's such a letdown. I remember in '83 we win the championship with the Michigan Panthers, and I was just up there celebrating with Moose Johnson. He's the Roger Goodell of the USFL. It's 40 years since we won the championship with the Michigan Panthers, and we had a celebration. I went up there to Ford Field, even though we played at Pontiac Silverdome, which ain't there no more. But we won that championship in '83, and then we lost in '85. And you got to the championship, boy, but it's an empty feeling when you don't win. Once you get there, you have to win. And we all know the lead the Falcons had against the Patriots. How can you lose that? It's almost impossible.
Why you got to bring this up?
Yeah, seriously. Bobby, we're familiar with it. Why
you got to bring this up?
And by the way, the no call kept the Saints out of Atlanta. That would have been a personal Vietnam for all of us had you guys decided on Atlanta.
Yeah.
That Super Bowl.
And now Mike, I'll have to look at my schedule. The next great thing, though, that whole Louisiana, Georgia tie that you have and everything is Florida State LSU.
Right.
Boy, that's a game to look forward to.
Well, I got the house, man. You guys want to come down? I got the spot for you, so let me know.
Yeah. That's what I'm going to talk with T-Bob and see what I got. T-Bob probably has more leeway with me with LSU, and depending with the Saints or they have me doing here. But, yeah, that looks like that's a playoff game before the season starts.
Yeah, man. That's
great stuff. Bobby Hebert, we appreciate you as always, man. Take care. We'll talk to you soon.
That's our boy Bobby. That is going to be a huge game, Carl, because Georgia's got, let's be honest, kind of a slower start to their schedule, the way it ramps up this year. And it's one of those bigger games as FSU takes on LSU. And the good news is for both those schools, you can lose and hopefully get back in the mix, but it does kill your fan base for Labor Day weekend.
It's going to be a lot of fun to kick off the season. This hour brought to you by Northside Hospital for a healthier future together. Look to Northside Hospital. Hey, it's time for the last call, 404-726-0929. Hey, Mike, does the decision to merge LIV and PGA affect your viewing habits for golf moving forward?
Well, I'll continue to watch the PGA, and I watched LIV once. So, yeah, I'm curious. Big stage, maybe new events, the team concepts, the made-for-TV stuff. Look, regardless of the geopolitical underpinnings, this is going to be good for golf fans, period.
It is. What do you guys think? That's question one. Number two, after Trey scrubbed his Insta, do you buy into athletes using social media to send a message, or is it much to do about nothing? Last but not least, guys, Taylor Swift. Turtle brought this up. Ticket prices have hit an all-time high. What band or artist would you pay a premium price to see live no matter what? 404-726-0929. Answer all three. Last call's next on Sports Radio 92.9 The Game.
It's time for Last Call.
One last call for alcohol.
Your chance to chime in on the biggest stories of the day.
All right, 404-726-0929. That is the number for you to hit us up, all right? Questions are easy tonight. Live and PGA merge. Is it going to affect your viewing habits moving forward when it comes to golf? Also, Trey scrubbed his Insta. Mike, did you go do some research? Did you look at something there?
I did, and I just want for the record, I had nothing to do with this, but there are no Atlanta or Hawks-related images or content on his social media as we speak.
Do you buy into athletes using social media to send a message, or is it just much to do about nothing? And Taylor Swift tickets prices have hit an all-time high. What band or artist would you pay premium prices to see live no matter what?
You know what? I've seen everybody now, so I'm at the stage. I mean, Guns N' Roses, I've seen them about a dozen times. I was thinking maybe U2 next time they come around.
I haven't seen
They're
U2.
going to play in Vegas at that Sphere, that new arena.
They're going to open it.
It's going to open it up. That's going to be a patron nose for them. Maybe I guess U2, I suppose.
Yeah, I haven't seen them. Yeah, I'm with you, Mike. The artists that I would tell you, some of them are no longer here.
Van
Prince.
Halen's dead.
I would
Prince
go,
is dead.
Yeah, I would go see him.
We were talking about this off air. Yeah, not much left.
All right, man. Let's talk to Chief. Chief, you're on Sports Radio 92.9 The Game. Hey, man.
What's happening, Chief?
Hey, man.
Look here, Chief. First of all, LL Cool J is the only one I'll pay premium prices for. I'm a big LL fan.
Okay.
I just love the way he puts on the concert. Yeah. And as far as the golf, it's not going to change too much. It wouldn't change too much. I mean, I like watching the Sunday round, so it really wouldn't change too much. Right. When it comes to Trey Young, y'all ought to be happy he's doing this. He gives us something to talk about. he gives us something to talk about, guys. All right.
Appreciate you.
Hey, man, Tommy on Twitter says he did this before. Come on, man.
I know. But you know what? This was before he got his max deal. We thought maybe this was about him trying to, get some leverage. What's he trying to get leverage for now? He's got everything he wants.
I didn't do anything.
Okay. Let's talk to Swede. Swede, you're on Sports Radio 92.9 The Game. Hey, man.
Hey, man.
What's going on, Swede?
As far as the PGA, it's just like the NFL, AFL. I mean, the NFL is going to win out overall. I'm going to watch it. What are they going to call the PGA tournament? The P-Live tournament? I don't think so.
Yeah.
It's much ado about nothing for your second question. And finally, I would do anything to watch Elton John give another concert. I saw him once, and he was fabulous in person, even though he's retired now.
Right.
I love your guys' show.
Okay.
Thanks.
Yeah, I mean, like, if there was a time machine, a lot of things we could do on that. We could corner the stock market. But first, Carl, I'd like to go see Led Zeppelin.
Okay.
Yeah.
Led Zeppelin. By the way, Day, is there a group for you, Chris? Is there a group for you that you would pay no matter premium price to see live or no matter what? Is there a group or an artist?
I would want to see what Metallica did when they played with the San Francisco Philharmonic Orchestra.
Okay.
That was an amazing concert.
And by the way, not to sound selfish, we would stop 9/11, then we'd corner the stock market, then we go back and see Led Zeppelin.
Okay.
If we had the time machine.
All right. What about you, Day?
Yeah, for me, I'd need the time machine because there's only probably three: Prince, Michael Jackson, Whitney Houston.
Yes. Yeah. I saw Michael as a kid and took it for granted.
Right.
Like, my sister took me and was like, who? What are we going to see Michael Jackson for? Okay.
Is it the Victory Tour?
And then I was in awe. Like, after the show, I was in awe. And now, to your point, that was pretty special. We got one more call. Tinker, you're on Sports Radio 92.9 The Game. Tinker, what is it for you, man?
Hey, man.
Hey, man.
The Trey Young thing, grown men don't worry about social media, so, yeah, it's not a big thing. Sorry about that. But in the PGA, yeah, it'll probably stay the same where it is now. A little here, a little there. And I'd go broke to go watch Rage Against the Machine.
Okay.
Video, folks.
Appreciate you, Tinker. Thanks for listening. John, is there a group, we were talking about these Taylor Swift prices, these ticket prices, artist or band that you'd see, premium price, doesn't matter, that you'd go?
Well, I've seen McCartney, the Stones. I mean, so I've seen everybody kind of in their heyday. So unless it's the Beatles, and I could go back in time. But I tell you this, I was willing to pay $600 to $800 a ticket to go see Taylor Swift
for your
my
daughter.
Yes.
Okay.
Now, the ticket prices here were $1,000 to get in, and you weren't even going to be. It was behind the stage.
Oh,
$1,000 gig.
wow.
I looked in Nashville. Nashville was $1,100, $1,200 a ticket. So I was looking here, I was looking Nashville, and I was on those sites every day, like 10 times a day.
So the prices never came down.
No, they went up. Closer you got to the concert, they were going up to $1,200-$1,300. It was $3,500 to $4,000 for floor tickets. I mean, I don't make Mike Bell money. I mean, sorry, Mike.
No,
that's insane.
The last time I won the Kentucky Derby with Carl, I bought Guns N' Roses tickets on the floor. That was part of the deal.
It's crazy. Yeah. Let me ask you guys a question. You guys did a great interview with Tony Ressler a while back. Is it time for
Why, thank you, John. Yes, we did. Yes.
No, seriously. I mean,
no, I remember. It's been a while, though.
But, okay, is it time for him to come out and say something? I mean, like draw some lines in the sand that, okay, we're going into luxury tax this year. Okay, this is how the operation. I mean, instead of this collaborative, communicative, and all this other kind of stuff that we hear,
the buzzwords from the GM.
Yeah. Is it time for him to, Tony Ressler just set the record straight and give Hawks fans some hope about the direction of what we're going to do?
I like it. I'd like to hear it.
When we did that interview, before we did that interview, I was very critical of Tony Ressler not coming out and speaking when Coach Nate got fired. And people said, well, you don't need to hear from the owner. And then all of a sudden we heard from the owner.
Yeah.
There are times that you need to hear from the owner. I think you're right. I think this is one of those times that we need to hear from the owner again now in the offseason. He doesn't like to do stuff. He told Mike and I don't want to do stuff during the season because I don't want to take away. Great. But you just fired your coach and you're starting to talk. We need to hear from you. This is another time that we need to hear from Tony Ressler.
I don't need player personnel moves from Tony Ressler. I need to know, are we going to luxury tax? What's kind of the pecking order of this organization? Not all these buzzwords that, again, you guys did a great job in that interview, but he was talking and I heard other clips of him with the AJC, with Lauren Williams and the AJC. It was all the same thing. Collaborative, communicative. Like, who?
Get on with it.
Give me something. Yeah, give me something.
Yeah. Well, stay tuned. You've got that. You've got guests coming up as well tonight?
Yeah. Who do we have? I don't even remember now. My brain's dead.
Well, listen, a full show for you starting at 7.
That's the best tease in the business. I don't know what is, Carl.
John Zuckery's coming up.
There's
Day-Day.
left up here.
Let's get out of here. Clear out, throat.
Dukes and Bell are wrapping up another show, so it's time for
Let me clear my throat.
on Sports Radio 92.9, The Game.
Tomorrow, Flowery Branch will be there, and Arthur Smith's going to sit down with us. You don't want to miss it. Last time he sat down with us last year during the offseason, it was great. And he's very forthcoming, and we expect the same tomorrow. A few other guests are going to stop by. Make sure you're here at 2 o'clock. Shout out to all of our guests today. Bobby Hebert, you want to go check it out, full interviews online at Odyssey.com. Sean Gentelli talking about the hockey situation and whether or not we're really going to potentially get a team. Jason Longshore stopped by. Great stuff today from all of our guests. Mike Bell, we got to get out of here. Day-Day, great job behind the glass. Turtle, as well, executive producing. Mike Bell, clear your throat.
Hey, man, at least we got the Braves and the Mets to watch tonight, because you know what I don't have tonight?
What?
I don't have the NBA Finals.
It's true.
And I got to wait till Thursday for the friggin' Stanley Cup Game 3 down in Florida. When did this become such a thing? End the season by the 4th of July, for crying out loud. You're killing me, Smalls. You're killing me.
Hey, Jacob deGrom. Are you really surprised? He's going to have Tommy John. He's been fighting injury after injury. But here's the kicker, guys. He's making $30 million this year, $40 million next year, $40 million in 2025, $38 in 2026, $37 million in 2027. 5 years, $185 million. Hurt or not, he's going to see the money. Mike, this Tommy John could have him out 2 years, and people are like, well, he'll be back. Will he? You're talking about a 37 or 38-year-old potential Jacob deGrom? The money is his, but I don't know if his career is going to be what we thought it might. Hey, you love the show?
You tell your friends.
You
actually believe John Morant had a toy gun in his hand.
Weeknights 7 to 11.
With John Chuckery.
Let's talk to our buddy